No, but I actually made a few questions for Coda this time because most of the time we go through the questions together, but he does like a lot of them. And so I wanted to make, and he knows what a lot of them are. So I wanted to make some that without him so that I could, separate and have them like just for him so that he didn't know what I wrote. But like I said, it's hard because I feel like we have saved all of the questions from all of the semesters, and I wanted to go into this kind of like without studying too much because I wanted to see how much I actually remembered. I kind of wanted to test myself that way. And he studied.
Well, yes, what do you do for a quiz?
Which is fair. I'm not
It's
saying
not a
it's
pop
wrong.
quiz, it's a scheduled one.
I wanted to test myself and see how much I actually remembered from everything,
Plus, I didn't study, I was just looking through the
Well,
stuff to
yeah, you
find
looked through the
questions.
and I looked through the questions, and I think that you're probably going to end up saying some of the questions that I wrote down either way. So I might run out of questions soon.
All right, I'm actually going to start with semester 6 stuff, since that's what we just went through, and make sure we get through those, and then I'll go back and we're actually going to go back and ask go through the quizzes that we've done before for the previous semester stuff. So we're going to go through everything. Or I'm going to start with this semester stuff. So this is the way it's going to work this time. Instead of me going from person to person asking, I'm just going to ask the group. If anyone knows the answer or wants to take a guess, you go ahead and just do that. Otherwise, if nobody has the answer or nobody wants to guess, I'll just give the answer out.
Crap, I think B's signal was having some issues.
Yeah, she dropped out. I think she's trying to come back in, I think.
Okay.
All right.
Just then you know.
Question number 1. What is the difference in a film treatment and an outline?
Remember, guys, you can use like the little hands up thingy because we're not going in turns this time. We're just going whoever wants to. Give you guys a few minutes if you want to answer it.
I can answer it. Let me see. They're both pretty similar as far as like what they're supposed to do. It's just an outline is more of a brief, and then a treatment is more of an expanded, detailed explanation of your story.
Yep. So the outline, just like I said, is very brief, and it's normally used for the writer themselves. Sometimes outlines will be requested by companies or like studios or whatever when they want just a very brief outline, kind of like a blueprint of what the script is planning to be, so they can give notes before if they don't like any major plot points. But usually outlines are used just by the writer. Like Brian said, it's very brief. Sometimes it's just a bullet point, like this happens, that happens, that time, scene by scene, maybe bullet points, or just like major moments. However the person outlining it wants to outline it, it's just to help them remember the structure of their story. Whereas the treatment is used for pitching, usually. It's used for somebody's requesting to see a summarized version or like a 20-page script that's basically a compact version of your script compared to the entire script. They want to make sure they like the first little chunk, the main story beat, before they move on. So yeah. Priscilla, do you want to ask or should I keep going?
You want to ask a few of yours and then I'll ask mine because I have way less than you.
All right. What is the difference in objectives and super objectives in script analysis?
I'll take a shot.
Go ahead.
The super objective is the ultimate objective of the film, and the objective is for the scene. The objective for the scene. With the characters.
Yes.
That's the important part. Yeah, with the character objectives.
Yeah. So objectives are the moment-to-moment thing that the character wants to do. Most of those are always going to be known to the character. Super objectives, it's not just for the script, it's for the character's life goal. We might end the script before we see that person accomplish their life goal, or the script doesn't really have that person's life goal, but we can kind of see what they were aiming towards by what's in the script. But the super objective is their life goal. And sometimes that might be known to them. They might know what they want. Other times it might not be known to them, and we might see what they want through their actions in the script. All right, what is script analysis?
Anybody? The script analysis is the breakdown of the plots. That's one thing you break down. Also you divide. Is that what you do? You divide each the beats.
Find the beats. Yep.
Find the beats. And that's what I know so far. Let me see what else in the script analysis. That's all I know right now. That's all that's coming to mind.
Oh yeah, that's pretty much it. It's the script analysis is just a like you said, a breakdown. It's not necessarily a script breakdown. Those are a bit different,
Okay.
but it is finding the breakdown of the story, of the characters, of what's going on in their heads, of what are they really thinking, the subtext and the context within the story, the backstory, themes, and all the more different things that aren't necessarily in the script itself, but we're going to figure it out based on.
To respond to
Please.
Raphael's question, you do part of the script analysis in the table reading. Yeah, you can. But we also were talking about how actors will go through a script and do their own analysis. The director will go through and do his own, and then they will come together and discuss it, right?
And kind of hash it out. And depending on the production, they might do it before a table reading, they might do it during a table reading, or they might do it in rehearsal. But yeah, normally they will have the director will definitely go through it doing a script analysis, production designers, and sometimes cinematographers and stuff. But the directors, the production designers, and the actors are the main ones who go through and do a script analysis of the script.
And on that note, I'll do one of mine.
All right, go ahead.
Because we were talking about script analysis this semester, but I wanted to put a question in there about script breakdowns, which are different.
Yep.
So, because I thought it was important to distinguish the two, which you already spoke about the differences. Now, my question that I wrote here is, what is a script breakdown and how do you break down the script?
Script breakdown. You go through the script, you find the different elements of the script. You find the props that need to be used. You find the locations. You find any clues and information of what is going to be needed on set during the day. What was the other part of the question?
How do you break down a script?
So you go through it line by line. You go through it for the props, then you go back through it, and you go back through it for the how many characters there are, how many background actors, how many if there's any weapons, if there's how many locations there are. You kind of just make a list of every single thing that's going to be needed for that production, and you go through it looking for the props, and then you go back through it looking for the next thing and the next thing until you have everything listed down on what you're going to need. And most of the different crew members are going to, the heads anyway, are going to do this. And they're going to come together and discuss who's responsible for what. This curtain, is it going to be responsible of props, or is it going to be the set dressers, or is it going to be, the production design, or is it going to be somebody else? Who's responsible for what?
So there are two things, well, 1.5 really that you missed. You also forgot about dividing the scripts into eighths. Dividing the script pages.
Mhm.
That is important as well, so that you can break down the script not only when you're analyzing it, like breaking it down by piece, but also when you are preparing for filming and
Figuring out the time it's going to take to make the scene.
yeah, exactly. And once you're done, the script breakdown sheets should be generated already with all the information and, like you said, sent out to each of them.
Gotcha.
All right.
All right, next question. What is marketability versus playability for a film?
All right. I guess I'll try this one.
Yeah.
So I might be wrong. Remember, I suck at the terms. But I think marketability is if a movie is like able to be marketed well, like there's a huge audience for it, right?
Mhm.
No, you're wrong. I'm
What?
joking. I'm joking. I'm joking.
I was like-
Just hear me like that.
Yes, and would you like to go?
And the playability part is where I would always get like kind of confused because I always thought when I first heard it, I thought marketability was okay, there's a market for it, but playability is like, is it playable in the sense of is it too long? Is it too short? Is it is it rated R? Is it, you know, able to be in more audiences, that kind of.
Rated R and things like that would go towards marketability. This length could be part of playability, but it's not what it exactly is. Like it could, if you do it too long of a movie, it could be boring, and that could
Yeah.
hinder the playability of it.
So that's where I would always get it kind of mixed up because that's what I first understood playability.
All right, so marketability is exactly like what you said. Is it easy to market? Does it already have a built-in audience, or does it already have an easy to define audience? Is this a, can we have, do we have a good actor in it? That's really marketable. Do we have a really nice action scene? We can market that.
Is this genre like?
Is it easy to, yeah, does this genre exist already, and is it very popular and easy to market?
Or is it already past its prime? Like if we make a vampire movie today, will that be very marketable?
Right, and then playability is how it's received while it's being watched. So is it a good film? Do people like it while they're watching it? Not just, does it have an audience?
Like, oh, there's an audience for it, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the movie's good.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the marketability versus playability. So let me ask you, does a film, this is for everybody, does a film that is extremely playable but not very marketable, or a film that is extremely marketable but not very playable, have a higher chance to gain more revenue?
The one that's more marketable,
Yeah.
probably, right? But playable.
Marketable is, well, you'll see the value of your
Yeah,
product.
so that's, yeah, the unfortunately, I would say the
Right.
ones that are more highly marketable are the ones that have a better chance of revenue,
Even though they suck.
even if they suck at,
Suck.
yeah, even if the film sucks, because people want to go see it.
We know a bunch of those, don't we?
We know a bunch of recent IPs that came out. I'm not going to name them, but like there's plenty of recent ones that have come out that are sequels or prequels or based on a book that are very marketable because they already have a built-in audience, but that doesn't mean they're a good project. So, but if you're not marketable, nobody even knows you exist and nobody can go watch it.
And I feel like we're going through an epidemic of that right now. Movies that are very marketable but not very playable.
Black Panther, for example. The
And
new Black Panther.
well, that's subjective, like we said. So which is why we're not.
I'm not going to name any
Yeah.
names, but I agree that
Alright.
most of the newest movies I'm not really that interested in seeing because of the playability of them.
Yeah, there's a huge IP behind it. That doesn't necessarily a good movie make
Yep.
or a good show make.
All right. Next question. What is the differences in an elevator pitch and a standard pitch, also known as a 20-minute pitch or a pitch meeting? Should have been what?
An elevator one is a much shorter, like a lot shorter,
Yes.
like the time span of being on an elevator.
Yeah. Yep.
More direct.
So the elevator pitch is like between usually 1 to 5 minutes, typically 1 to 3 minutes, because They're just super quick, like you said, like
I
right
always
away.
imagine someone running up to a producer at dinner and being like, "Can I pitch you this idea real quick?"
No, you shouldn't do it at dinner unless you're already talking to them.
I know you shouldn't do that. I know you shouldn't do that, but that's how I remember at an elevator.
Hey, you're this director, aren't you? I have this movie. Listen, that's an elevator
No,
pitch.
you shouldn't do that. I'm not promoting that. I'm just saying that that's how I remember it.
No, I know. I'm saying like that is
That's
accurate. So it is, they are done in the moment. Whereas the 20-minute pitch or the pitch meeting are pre-planned and scheduled for you to give that presentation to
And
pitch your presentation
technically,
or present your pitch, I guess.
that like cornering them in a restaurant could be planned. You don't know. You know.
Not by them. It's planned by them when it's a 20-minute pitch meeting or a pitch meeting because they're saying, hey, we want to hear about your thing. Come and pitch it to us.
My turn for you.
Oh, wait, one more for pitching.
Okay.
What is script coverage?
I can take a stab at that.
Yeah, go ahead.
So script coverage is essentially something which is used by executives to get a gist of what the script is about and recommendations of the readers who are writing that coverage. It's more like a script analysis, but script analysis basically goes more like a de facto status quo kind of thing, different scenarios. But here the coverage is going to talk about different elements of the script, but at the same time, it will also make a suggestion whether it's a pass or a no pass, or a go or a no-go.
Yeah. And so the script coverage is done by that company. But if you send a script to somebody, they're going to have somebody in that company, probably lower down the line of the corporate ladder, do the script coverage for them, read it, analyze it, like Vish said, and they're going to analyze it for different elements. How are the characters? Were they strong? Did it have a strong plot line? Does it have a good concept? Is it, expensive, cheap? All those different things they're going to think about. And then they're going to give it, whether it's recommended that the company takes that project, whether they think they should consider it, or whether they're going to pass on it. Like I say pass, this one sucks. And that is the script coverage when you send a script to, like, if you were to try to get Universal to option your script, that would be what they do. They have somebody lower down the line send that up, and then they'll send it up the ladder with their, whether they recommend, consider, or pass, their judgment on it. And it keeps going up the ladder till somebody has the ability to contact you about it, somebody high up enough. The other kind is basically the same thing, but you're going to send it to a company and you're going to pay them to do script coverage for you, send back the script coverage to you with the feedback and all of the notes, so that you can either improve the script or have proof that another company that's legitimate and is known for script coverage thinks that your script is good enough to be created, be produced. And then you take that to investors or to Universal or wherever you're pitching to, and you say, this, I have script coverage from this company, this legit company that does it, and they like the script. And that gives your script more legitimacy and them a bigger reason to accept your project.
Basically paying someone to critique your script and
paying someone to break your heart. I thought the script is good. Nope.
I'll give it to you straight. Your script's garbage. Oh, thanks. I tried.
No, but they'll point out all the flaws, all the biggest things. This is the plot hole. This is that. This doesn't make sense, or this just doesn't feel like
you're paying them just to tell you if it's good or bad. You're paying them to actually
give a thorough feedback on every single line. Anyway, go ahead.
That's a terrible job. Oh my gosh. I can't. And I'm not just talking because you should feel it. I'm not saying that because it makes you feel shameful. I'm just saying the headache of, you can't talk to me like that. And I work so hard.
I was gonna say,
yeah.
People
this is what you gave me? I thought you were gonna give me a recommend.
No, they're definitely-
You don't know what art is.
Oh, yeah, you don't know
know.
art. You just don't understand what's going on in the character.
involved for you. It's too good of a concept or whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
that is
I
annoying.
do a lot of that.
And but I also feel like it might be hard in the sense of you have to be really, you have to have very good communication skills, not just analytical skills, in order to do a job like that. And you also have to know how to explain it to the person and not sound like a cocky a-hole. Because I feel like it can be very easy for you to be like very like.
Trust
Yeah,
me.
sometimes you need to be blunt.
No,
like-
I'm not talking about blunt, but I'm talking about if we're being honest with ourselves, critics tend to develop a bit of an ego because their opinions get seen like put on a higher pedestal. I feel like this kind of job, same thing, where you would have to keep yourself in check to where you're not being a little over arrogant or just because it's not something you're interested in, or because like to be able to be humble and analyze what is an actual flaw and what is just your preference, for example.
I've had this talk with other peers while on the subway going home with other film students at the time. And we had this similar topic, and this girl was talking about, oh man, I don't like the professor because the way he grades my work is da 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 da. And my whole thing is, and I still feel the same way, but my whole the whole debate was, for me, it was like there's really no right or wrong way of telling people that their work sucks. There's just no way. You can water it down, you can be as nice as you possibly can, and people will still get offended. And I learned this later on in in college, where I think I told you guys the story. Like, I had a professor, and I would always ask him, because anytime anybody would have that one-on-one talk where they would ask, hey man, like, what did you think of the work? This, that, and the other. And his response would be like this reverse psychology thing, like, oh, well, what did you think of it? And it's like, no, but I'm asking you. Well, if you like it, that's all that matters. That's what he would say. And I would just be like,
which I think is stupid, because you're a teacher. You're there to freaking teach.
Exactly. But I asked, I was one of the better students where he could actually sit down and have, the one-on-one, I could just shoot the breeze with him. And I asked him, I was like, hey man, like, why do you do that? He's like, what? He was like, why do you like do the reverse psychology thing? Why don't you just tell people? He was like, once you've been teaching as long as I have, like, you learn. This is like me learning something outside of film. And he was like, you learn, like, some people aren't here to get criticized. And he was like, I'm not saying that in a way. He was like, you would think that I would, as a professor, you would think that I would be able to tell somebody, hey, like, you could do a better job on your color grading, or you could do a better job on the cinematography. But he was like, it doesn't matter how you say it, and it doesn't matter who you are, people are going to be offended. He was like,
with all due respect to that professor, that is still his job, and you're not being paid to.
Well, when your job is
his job isn't to grade. Just tell them what he, like, on a project and on a thing that they ask.
His job is to grade. That's his job. He on paper, he's an instructor. He's not there to all that extra stuff. Those are benefits. Those are that's
so if
something
you
you
ask
gotta take.
his opinion, I suppose. Yeah, I guess
that's not his job to critique your work. His job is to grade you and give you a grade. That's it. So, like,
I feel like a job of a teacher is to teach. It's not just to grade you. Like,
he probably knows who can take feedback.
The students messed it up for that.
I'm gonna be honest. In here, in this group, there's some people I critique more than others, because I know they can take it and I know that they actually respond to it, while others just shut down or get defensive. So.
I know. I understand.
And you do the same thing.
I understand that, but I also am of the mindset that I feel like we as adults and human beings need to learn to hear criticism and not act like a whiny little baby.
You're in film.
And
you're right. You're absolutely right. But that's just not.
Doesn't
if
matter.
You think about it.
The teacher shouldn't
When you're
have to change a person's mind,
I definitely
mindset.
agree with you, but that's the
That's
thing.
art.
It's that person's.
That
whether-
person's job to
let me
figure out that
finish.
their work sucks by going to somebody who they're trying to get funding from, and that funding person tells them straight up, you know, this is strange.
I agree. I'm just giving a different perspective. That's all. I'm
You're
not
playing
saying.
devil's advocate.
Am I not allowed?
I mean, yeah, but you know what I mean, like.
All I'm saying is, I agree. I agree that life is going to teach you one way or the other. So sometimes it's not worth taking that your extra time and frustrating yourself and trying to explain to someone, hey, this is why I think this. Hey, maybe you could work on that. I definitely understand that, and I definitely agree to an extent with that. I'm just saying that I also feel like, oh, and this is hard, because I also feel like at the end of the day, we should be able to have a society where we treat each other in the sense of, I should give you constructive criticism, what you choose to do with it. If you choose to throw a hissy fit, if you choose to do this, if you choose to take it, that's on you.
Well, like I said,
Change my method for
like I said, the teacher is probably, like the instructor guy has probably been there for months with those people. He knows who can take it and who can't. From
that's true. That's
just
true.
random grades.
Well, he does, but he's become so cold and minute to like all that stuff and just moot to everything. It's just he just didn't care. Like he was
He
so
just wouldn't
depressed.
try anymore.
But you don't understand. Like when it's your job, like that, you're getting paid to be there and instruct. So when you go outside of your boundaries and actually try to teach, and the response is, oh, a student complained about you. If I get too many complaints, you're going to get fired. I'm going to shut my mouth. I'm not going to participate anymore.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what happens. That's
And I'm going to
where-
bring it
that's the
back
position
to
he was.
you, Priscilla, because you were telling people who were trying to join this group before, who were just, we were posting on Craigslist, and there'd be some random person that's like, hey, I see you're having a production. I'm this, I'm that, I'm the greatest, and blah, 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 blah. And I'm really looking for work. And then she would respond sometimes and be like, no, we're not doing that. This is a course. You obviously didn't read it. I recommend you actually pay more closer attention. It didn't help. It didn't help at all.
Thing. I don't care. I don't care if it didn't help, because at the end of the day, I didn't sugarcoat their little. I was about to cuss. Trying to get rid of that. I didn't sugarcoat it. But I was still constructive and polite. I feel like there is a difference between
But
constructive.
it takes way
criticism.
more of your time to be constructive to somebody who's not going to hear it.
It's true, and I will give you the point that at some point you just get tired and you're just like, screw it, I'm not even going to try because this isn't worth it. And that is a
Which
fair.
happened.
That is a fair argument to make. I am just saying that it sucks. That's a sad reality, because that teaches us, or people growing up now, that we should basically like not try to make people better because they don't want to be, or they're going to be difficult and it's going to take more work on our part. Philosophically speaking, it sucks. That's all I'm saying. It's my only point.
All right, well,
It
this
does.
is a huge debate that went off the rails. The point is, some people aren't going to take feedback regardless, so there's no point in giving it to them if you see that they're not going to take it, because it's taking way more time to
It
give
just
them that
sucks,
feedback.
because if it's a teacher and it is his job to teach, there is one
Instruct.
there is a difference. His literal profession is teacher, and
Instruct.
there is a difference between, like Brian said, oh, you get complaints, like, or oh, you know which students are going to listen to your feedback and which are not, and you just blatantly not giving out any instruction anymore at all. And
Yeah,
just,
but I'm saying you did the same thing when it was the people that were contacting you. You didn't even respond after a while to some, because you already figured out who the who were. You know?
exactly, but
You knew who was
it's
coming to.
different. Like I said, it's different from me being like, you're not worth it, life is going to teach you, and oh, you know, this person, I could explain it to them, but you know what, screw it, I'm tired, man, I did my part.
No, it's not.
And if they're asking for it, for example, like when we were doing the,
But they're not. Come on.
But
What is
see-
Brian saying? What did you think of my film? They're not asking for critiques. They're asking for approval.
that's
Thank
You're asking
you.
for
This is what it is
validation.
all about. Like if you see in these Facebook groups that we're at, like the ones the
Yeah.
one DMV, when people post their work on there and somebody will try to critique it and be like, well, I didn't ask for your opinion. You know, you say
Yep.
When
something
they
like, oh,
literally ask for, yeah.
When they're in the post,
yeah,
it
it's like,
says,
well,
"Hey, what
why
do you
did
guys think of my
post it?
film?"
Well, what is Facebook for in the first place?
Those
That's
are-
what that's the part that pisses me
Right,
off.
yeah.
We're on a social
There's plenty
site,
of those people.
I understand.
you know,
I know.
but
I know.
Just
It's,
let it
it's
go.
frustrating.
You're wrong.
I guess it's just one of those pet peeves I have. I guess.
I know, but I'm saying
no,
you
I
would do
think
the
in the
same as the
sense of
teacher.
no,
After
I'm
two
saying in the
semesters,
sense
basically.
of
I'm just saying it sucks.
Oh.
I'm just saying it sucks.
Yeah, it sucks, but I mean, it sucks that those people have to be like that in the first place. All right, let's move on. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Do you have something to say?
no,
Yeah,
no,
I just
I
want
was
to add something. So that's the difference between a good teacher and a bad teacher, right? Bad teacher is essentially not going to understand the students. You know, even if the student is coming up with some questions, he's just going to be irritated, and he's just going to ask. You know, a good teacher is probably going to understand where the student is coming from, and he's going to have more patience to deal with. You know, no
But
matter how.
do you actually learn anything pandering to somebody that's not actually going to take criticism? Like if if you
I
ask me
will
how
say
I
one
like,
thing. Though, listen to this though. My mother is 50 years old this year. She is the kind of person that cannot. It's an example. It's an example. She used to never be able to take criticism when I was growing up, right? And then I understood that it's the way you talk to people that sometimes can get them to understand your point. Sometimes a good teacher, unfortunately, and this sucks that people are like this, but it's the reality. You have to be able to give good with bad, and the way you communicate and the way you critique is different, you know?
you're circling yourself. You said that in the beginning, and that's what led us to this conversation.
But exactly, but that's what I'm saying. It's the way you say things.
No, it's not for certain people.
It's not. That's what I'm
It's not
getting
the way you
at.
say
Like,
it. That's exactly the point. Like,
it's
you
not
could
that my
say it in the
professor,
most. Oh, I really loved
the most
everything,
professional way.
but there was this one moment, and they could still get super. Oh, what? Well, you just don't understand.
Then what's the point of taking a class and of being a teacher? It's just.
Well, first of all, it depends on what he's teaching. You don't just teach blanket filming. I mean,
Yeah.
some classes do that, but usually it's a specific. If you're a teacher at a school, you're teaching a class on something.
All right, so here's your
That could be screenwriting,
Here's
that could be
your-
directing,
here's
that could
your-
be producing, that could be something else.
returning to the question that we were asking. What would be, Brian, in your opinion then, if someone is paying to get that script looked at and critiqued and analyzed, that would be different, right? That you would give like complete honesty, and if the person doesn't want it, whatever. Or would you also go to the approach of, oh well, it depends on the person, it depends on.
Well, that's exactly my point. Like, if I'm getting paid, like, there's no point in me lying. There's no point in me, like, why am I lying to you and telling you, oh, this is, you know, that's the whole point. Like, if you're there to get pandered, I could pander to you. I can be like, oh, this is it's good. I don't have anything for you. You know, I could do that. And then I'm still going to get complaints. Oh, well, he didn't, you know, he just gave me a blanketed review. You know, he just told me what I want to hear, took my money. But then if I say some real stuff, I still get the complaints. So it's like, I might as well just go the negative route and just give them the fair review. You know, that's where it's at. Like as far as professors go, like my professor, like, are you actually helping the student by pandering to them? Oh, you know, your work is, you know, or, and like you said, Priscilla, you're right. It is a tone to like how you say it's the difference between you getting punched in the face and you not. But at the same time, I've also witnessed like professional critiques, like, you know, nothing that was like bashing anybody, nothing that was like a negative tone, like serious stuff. And people still get butthurt from the coolest professors. I had a guy, my Professor Cook, he worked for Discovery Channel. And I learned, like, when you're listening to him critique, it sounds like he's being like disrespectful. But if you actually listen to what he's saying, this is how I learned, because he would come and he'd be, well, if you just take this cut and put it over here, it would flow so much better. And I'd be like, what is he talking about? But if I just did it, and I was like, oh, he's right. It does look better if I do it that way. But not everybody listens that way. People hear it and then take it as a, oh, well, you don't think it's good. You're schooling me. People have that ego, and it happens like on set a lot. You have people that don't want to listen to advice from PAs like myself that have years of experience behind the camera. And if I ask, well, if you put a lens filter on there, you should be able to. Oh, well, you're just a PA. It's kind of like one of those mindsets. Even as a student, like there's just that ego. Well, I'm an adult. You don't talk to me like this, or or I just got out of film school, so I should be.
But I would imagine it is hard if that's your profession, right? Because there's also the factor of people take critiques in different manners. Like some people like to be blunt because they respond and understand better, and some people understand better if you explain it to them. So
Well,
I guess when you're looking for someone to critique your script, would that be a factor? I should look into that.
Well,
I think it's more about getting to the point.
For script coverage, you're going to find a company that already does it. If that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
You don't just find a random, hey, this
No,
professor
yeah.
did script coverage for me.
But like you have reviews, right, where you understand what kind of coverage you're getting, what kind of critique you're getting, I would imagine.
I mean, the
They send
best
you
way to
back the
get.
if you're paying for the coverage, they're going to send it back to you with all the notes. But if you're just sending it to somebody, they're going to have their own script coverage, and you may never see it because it's for that internal company to decide on whether they should go through with this film or not.
And to be honest with you, like adults are nice about it. If you really want to know how your movie or script stacks up against anything, give it to a child. They will destroy your stuff. Like somebody brought their kid to the lab one day, and the computer, all the computers have like rough drafts of people's films and stuff on there, and this kid was going through and watching it and just destroying it. And I was like, dang, this kid has no type of shame, nothing. Like this kid was killing it. If you want a genuine answer, like if you have kids, have them watch it. They will tell you, mommy, this
But I
sucks.
feel like
Like, they will say that to
to
you.
analyze your script, they're going to look at a lot more than just basic mistakes. They're also going to look at continuity errors. They're also going to look at the overall.
But they're gonna sugarcoat it with, oh, it's not a bad, it's
Well,
just.
yeah, but
you
kids
can-
like stupid
work,
stuff. You've
the
seen
lighting.
stuff kids like. You don't
People
know.
don't.
Kids
people
don't
take
really
that
have a
criticism.
filter.
Exactly. If you want the real, show it to a kid. They will tell you. Like they will tell you, this sucks, mommy. This is terrible. Like they will let you know. But adults, oh well, I didn't really favor the editing too much, which means it sucked. If when they say, oh, I didn't favor the editing too much, or
And you
the
guys have
music
been,
was kind of
you guys
the
have been
music
hanging
was
out with really
the
nice
music. They'll
adults.
say things, they'll sugarcoat. It's everything people say is like encrypted. Like when they say things like, oh, well, the music was distracting. It's encrypted. What it really means to say was the music sucks, and I couldn't really pay attention because the music sucked, or I disliked, well, whatever reason. They'll sugarcoat it in a way.
Or you had it too loud and it took over the movie, and I didn't like that.
When we say stuff like that, people just think that we're bougie, annoying film.
No, they're like you'll take it and be like, oh well, you don't know, you have good taste in music. When it's sugar coated like that, then you'll brush it off. Like, oh, he doesn't like the music. Well, he just doesn't like the music. I'm gonna leave it there. But in actuality, it's a bigger problem than what you think it is because it was sugar coated. A kid will tell you, mommy, that's just some doo doo, and there you go. Like. Then you're, oh, let me just take it out. What do you like, honey? Like, what song do you like?
Yeah.
Okay, well, my turn to ask a question because you already asked like 3 or 4.
All right, go ahead.
All right, for you, Coda, because these are mostly for you, because you know. What are the 2 types of rights you need to acquire in order to use a song in your project? Which is funny because Brian was just talking about songs.
The master rights, the composition rights, and the I can't remember what it's called, but the lyrics, whoever wrote the lyrics.
Well, yeah, those are like 3, I suppose. But when you're actually, most of the time, the only ones you'll need are the publisher rights and the person who recorded it, which is the master.
Okay, cool.
So most of the time when you're like getting a song that already exists.
Because the producer will own the rights to the
Yeah,
lyrics. And
exactly.
composition.
The producer will own the rights to the lyrics and compositions. And the publisher will have, those rights. The one who wrote the songs will have like the publisher, sorry. The person who wrote the song will have the publishing rights, the sync rights, all that kind of thing. And the person who recorded it will have the master rights.
Gotcha.
So those are the two that you need to get.
That's why it's so complex, because that could also be broken up into different pieces as well.
Because more
even
often than not, they have all the
depending on the
rights in
song.
those two, separated in those two, but sometimes they don't. That's why it's important to do the research.
Right. Instead of just using a song. Okay. What are given circumstances in script analysis?
I'll give it a try.
Yeah,
It can be something that's already established, like
Mhm.
the morning
Yep.
time. Time, right? That's already, something that's already established. That's already there already.
Yeah, so it's something that is in the script, like you said, like it's
Mm.
established. It's things that are explicitly or implicitly stated or implied. So it's also things that aren't necessarily in the script, but very heavily implied that this thing happened or that this person exists or whatever it may be. In our example, we could say, it's very heavily implied that he was married to Catherine and that Catherine was scratched out of that photo. But in the script itself, I'm not sure if it exactly states
He
that.
said what?
Okay, well, then the scratched out photo. It's heavily implied that it was Catherine, but it was never really in the script. That doesn't mean it wouldn't be a given circumstance because it's heavily implied. So there you go. So yeah, good job, Gabe. What is external
Thank you.
action in dialogue in script analysis?
Repeat that.
What is external action in dialogue? Just external action.
I'll give it a try again.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm on a roll.
Yeah, go ahead.
It can be like an action, like the way you pick up a cup or you drop the cup, you don't even say anything. So it's just the action. Oh, he's upset already. So you already know he's upset by his action, by his movement.
Yeah, exactly. Well, it's in like it's somewhat like that. It is in the dialogue. It's more of like something you find in the dialogue that's not necessarily written in the action that gives a clue that the person is getting ready to do something or taking an action. Something like, just getting a drink. Hey, what are you doing? Just getting a drink. Obviously, even if it doesn't say Joe goes over, grabs a drink, puts it in his hand and drinks, it still would imply that that action is there in his dialogue.
Gotcha. I was gonna say something like, "Oh, mom is coming over," and then the doorbell rings. Mom enters. Something that explains something that happening that not necessarily connected with the line of action that's already been established.
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see if you can get this one. What is internal action in dialogue?
The direct opposite. Everything that was in it, everything was in it. So it was like, I'm going to the grocery store, and then everything that's written, I guess, has to pertain or said, it's everything that's written has to pertain within whatever it is he's saying or claiming that he's going to be doing.
No. So internal action in dialogue is actually the what's going on in the character's head while they're saying it. What is the subtext? What are they really meaning? If I've said, well, I guess just getting a drink wouldn't work, but yeah, I had fun. What is he really thinking? Did he really have fun? Did he not? Is he just saying that to be polite? Is he just saying that because he doesn't know what else to say? All those things are what the internal action would be. What is he thinking in his head while he's saying that?
Got you.
Still you or me?
The next one's pretty large.
All right, Brian, I think you know this one. How long should a movie trailer be?
2.5 to 3 minutes.
Why did you sound like a Muppet when you said that?
I always do the Muppet voice because it's one of those things.
I would say 1.5 to 2.5. Two, maybe 2 to 2.5. Because 2.5 minutes is the max amount approved by the MPAA, Movie Picture Association of America, which is why typically you'll see a trailer that's 2.5 minutes or less. I have seen 3-minute trailers though, so yeah.
That's what I think more. I think the more independent films do like the because they're independent. So
Mhm.
I'm not saying that you're right. I said 2.5 to 3 just because like you said, I've seen 3-minute trailers, but me personally, I think the 2-minute thing, the shorter the better, in my opinion. But
Yeah, I agree, because otherwise you start getting too many details in there, or you start showcasing for independent films, you start running out of the good parts and have to show some of the not so good.
yeah,
Or you just give out the whole story in the trailer, which is never good.
yeah.
All right. Should a trailer follow story structure?
No, it could be both. It could be C, both, but it
I would say
could.
yes, because most follow a 3-act structure, an intro, conflict,
Oh,
climax,
that's where you're going. Yeah. That I agree with that.
because it needs to explain what the movie is and what it's about, what the main plot is. It needs to explain what's going to be in the way of whatever they're trying to achieve, or what's going to be making this thing interesting. And then climax could just be like a buildup of different things, making it seem more exciting, or like the story's really starting to take off, and then leaving it without the answer, hopefully.
Yeah. So what is it, or what are we doing? What's the problem? And then did you leave the question of how does it end? You just leave it there.
Right, yeah. And that way it's like, oh, I gotta see how this ends. I gotta see it.
Yeah.
All right. This one is debatable. We've debated about it in the past, but what are benefits of having a website for your film or production company?
According to Brian, there are none.
Brian said there was some.
Yeah, I was the aggressor on that one. Well, you guys had mentioned that, like what Coda kept bringing up, it's a good platform to have all your stuff, or like a cloud, somewhere to put all your stuff,
Yeah. Yep.
that's not all spread out, like a
You
connection of
guys think
everything.
there's this benefit, I suppose.
She's critiquing the way you're answering.
Oh my God. There you go.
Maybe she will critique everybody.
Are you offended now? Did I not
Ask a
say that
question
nice
and
enough? Like what?
I just thought it was funny. It made me laugh. That's all.
Yeah, it's a central hub for all your content. Any other answers, anybody?
It sounds cool.
Sounds cool.
www.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. I said legitimacy. It usually adds a little bit of legitimacy to your film or your company to make it seem more like it's a real thing. So it sounds cool, or it seems more legitimate for people looking it up.
Also, I think it can be a source for some additional information which you would not probably find it in a trailer or some other promo materials that you have for the movie or production company.
Yep. Stuff like contact information, especially.
Yeah.
That stuff.
This
Sometimes you can find it, sometimes you can't. Depends on who's doing it. But
Right.
usually with a website, you have some way to look through and find a contact if you want to contact them about working with them, or about how can I see this, or whatever it needs to be.
Right.
All right.
I think
And
covered
then
this.
Wait.
Oh, go ahead. What, Vish?
I think we covered this thing in the discussion we had on the website sometime.
Yes.
Yes, we did. We did. That's why I said it was debatable, because we were all having a big debate about it. I would say the last benefit is you have creative control over the layout, what information is provided, how it's distributed, what's on top, on the bottom. Whereas like on a social media page, it's usually, you can maybe pin one of the posts, but normally it's like, it goes in order by however the person is looking it up. What do they want to look up? Which one's voted the best? What do they want to look up? Which one's the newest? And so you don't have as much control over what they see first, going down the list of things you want them to see.
All right, honey, this one is a pretty extensive one. I just thought I'd ask it because it's very important for us to remember a few of these.
All right.
What are a few of the film contracts and agreements that you will need to produce your film?
Oh man. All
And there
right.
are a lot of them.
Talent release form, crew contract. You need the insurance policy, or the what do you call it? You know what I'm talking about. That once you have the proof of insurance, production insurance.
Yeah.
The I don't know what it's called, but the ownership contract of who owns the rights to the script, screenplay.
Mhm.
There's
Copyright, right?
location release. Yeah, copyright.
Music contract,
Music licenses, yes, definitely.
licenses.
All right.
Wait, I'm still going.
No, it's good. I don't have as many notes because I was like, you know what, Coda's probably gonna get most of this.
Oh, you don't? I think there's more though.
I have a few. No, there are more. Keep going.
Trying to think off the top of my head. I already said crew contracts, right?
Yep.
Man, go ahead, tell me.
No, there are a lot. I just did some blanket ones because I thought you'd remember. Like I didn't want to do like specific names or whatever. Rights purchases agreements. That's one, like the rights to specific things.
To the screenplay
To the screenplay.
or the story,
Yeah.
if you're getting it from like a book.
Option agreements.
From the screenplay again.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Writer or work for hire collaboration agreements, because sometimes you're getting a writer that is, working for that particular project.
I would say that's crew contract.
But that is part of it, yeah. And then it has pre-production contracts, which are very important, which a lot of people don't think about, which was a note that was in a lot of articles that I read. They're saying pre-production agreements is something that a lot of people.
But pre-production for what?
Basically, when you're talking about getting stuff for pre-production, like the script, but also the designers, certain, do you want me to bring the article up?
Crew contracts?
Yeah, it's part of crew contracts. Screenwriter agreements, cast agreements, location agreements. So pretty
Service
much-
agreements.
Huh?
Service agreements?
Yeah, service agreements. And then they have the, above the line and below the line. So you also have to separate those two. As far as,
Well, in a contract, you would already have that stated.
yeah, but there's also the fact that.
I mean, yeah, there's like, we could say director contract, producer contract, union contract.
People didn't think of was if you're getting catering, that might need contracts as well.
Yeah.
Another thing that people mentioned, like I was going through the articles in the syllabus and I was just jotting down notes, so that's why it's all scattered. My notes are all over the place. But they were saying post-production agreements as far as editor, sound mixer.
Again, that's just specific crew
I
contracts.
know, but I'm talking about specific contracts people forget to specify.
Oh.
Because there are some that are blanketed, that are just like crew contracts, but there are some that you need to specify specific conditions.
NDA agreements. not just-
NDA agreements, yeah.
Yep, that's
And
it.
there's another one. There's one more that I have in my notes. Do you remember? It's an NDA and then there's another one.
No, I can't think of it not right now. What?
Really?
I mean, I've named a bunch. I don't know.
The insurance agreements.
I already said that.
You did?
Yeah, I said the
Oh.
proof of insurance.
Then sorry, I
Did
didn't.
we cover talent release?
Yes, that was one of the first ones.
Yep. All right, then I don't remember the first one you said. I'm sorry. Like I said, my notes are scattered. I just went through all the things and was writing them out.
All right. Yeah, good job. I'm pretty sure there's more, but yeah, there's so many contracts and different forms.
Marketing and distribution.
There is more, but
Yeah, distribution agreement. Oof, that's one you forgot.
distribution.
I don't know,
Didn't I not?
but that's what I forgot to say, if nothing else.
Yeah, I have distribution agreement. I thought I said it. Honestly, if I'm being completely frank, I thought you would know all of them, so I only put like the ones that I thought you might forget.
You should have wrote down the name.
You're right, I should have. But I
do know them all. It's just I have to actually like look through to like remember. I don't off the top of my head, it's kind of hard to think of every single position.
And also, I didn't want to copy and paste all the notes, which I probably should have done, honestly. I should have copied and pasted all of the notes that I found from the websites and stuff, but I thought that it would take me forever to read all them out.
Yeah,
And then
because there's so many.
yeah, and then the meeting would be a month here, so I was trying to like just abbreviate, but my notes are all over the place because my brain works.
And now you're extending it longer than you would have if you wrote it down now.
But I will
All right.
say one thing that we talked about a lot as far as rights and stuff is there are places that you can find these like contracts, but you should always go through them and read and make sure to make changes and stuff to particular.
Yeah, you have to adjust them to your specific situation, and then you have to come to an agreement with the person who's signing it. If they have any requirements or specifications they need changed, then you have to go in and be able to change it. And you have to make sure that it is all legal and going to work in the end of the day when you need it to.
Yeah. So that was just some notes, like stuff to keep in mind.
Yeah.
You don't.
All right. Which will be the hardest to pitch and why? An idea, a script, or a finished film?
That was a good question.
An idea, maybe?
Yes. Why?
Because there's not much to go off of. Like, you don't have a script, you don't have a film, and you have to pitch something that's in your head, get them to understand and invest or collaborate or what have you.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing concrete yet. It's just an idea. They don't know your work ethic. They don't even know who you are, maybe. Even if they do know who you are, they still don't know like how well you're going to get the script down. So there's a lot more you have to convince somebody of if all you have is the idea. All right. What is a proof of concept for?
Pitching your idea, or at least giving visuals or visual inspiration for your pitch or your idea to go along with your pitch or your idea when it comes to getting it out there.
So what would a proof of concept short be, I guess?
It could be anything from like a short to some kind of what's the word? Not digitally, some kind, just some images.
Yeah,
Image.
like a trailer or something, or teaser or something like that.
Yeah.
Like a combination of the idea to kind of show how it would be. Sizzle reels are considered one of them too. Yeah, and like Brian said, it's to show the idea a bit better with your presentation, so you have something else to show. Like, this is kind of what we're going for. This is our proof of concept. If you do a proof of concept short, it is basically part of or in the same universe of the feature film, and you're showing them this is the idea, this is the tone and style and quality we're going for. Let us do it. What is the importance of word choice and punctuation in a script? Specifically for like script analysis.
Rephrase.
Oh, go
You
ahead.
said what's no, I'm just asking. You said what is the
Word
importance?
choice.
Yeah, what is the importance of word choice and punctuation when you're analyzing a script?
Very important. It's the difference between
Raphael's
me
like
getting
readability.
it's the difference
Yeah.
between me getting offended and me, not getting offended.
Yeah.
I like your shoes today versus I like your shoes today.
Yeah, like usually you wear some ugly shoes, but I like your shoes today. Yeah, exactly. The specific words used can mean different things in different contexts, and punctuation as well. If I change the question mark to an exclamation point, it changes the sentence. If I change that I am enamored with somebody, or if I like somebody, that's a difference. There's a difference there. I'm enamored generally means that I'm going to be more taken by them, or more inspired, or in awe of them, or whatever you may, whatever the context gives that word. Whereas like could kind of mean anything. So yeah, that's the importance. It's a good script writer will choose their words carefully and their punctuation to make sure that certain things they want to make sure go to the end of the film are in the sentences and in
Yeah,
the
we talked
scenes.
about it a lot when we were discussing, like, especially when in script analysis, because you could say, like, what was the example we gave? Because now my brain went into a brain fog.
Actually, I'm gonna go off of what Raphael said to extend that too. Yeah, he's right. It's also about how you can efficiently get the same thing across. If you're saying like, and he would like to, or
Yeah.
he loved, or he liked, or whatever, it's a way to condense the script, make it easier to read, and make it quicker and better, and change the flow of the
It
read.
helps the actors a lot too. I was going to say that too. It helps the actors a lot when it's not a complete da 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 da, when you can just say da 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 da.
Yeah.
Also, just rule of thumb, like it's office etiquette as well. Like, if you're in an office environment, like if you send an email out that's like all capital letters, apparently that's you in rage mode. So just
Oh
knowing
yeah, right.
these small things,
But
like you
as
send an
far as,
Why are
email
you
out.
screaming?
I feel like
Yeah,
part of
hey
this
man, what's
is
wrong?
very-
Like, I got your email. You want to talk about it? Like, what's going on?
Can you do this for me?
I feel like wording is a very important thing that we need to take into consideration as well, because especially in script analysis, when we did our script analysis, we saw just how a different word could change the meaning of the entire subtext of the thing, of the entire story. It could be the difference between him being like angry in a frustrated way or angry in an aggressive way, or him being I can only think of negative emotions for some reason in my brain. Him being just admiring someone, or in love with someone. Those kinds of things make a huge difference depending on what words you use, what expressions you use, what dialogue you use. They make a huge difference. So that's also something when writing we need to consider and think about. Because
Or if you're analyzing your own script, if you're analyzing somebody else's,
yeah,
those are also important things to really take into consideration. All right.
because they're going to change the interpretation of your script, basically.
Yeah, exactly. What makes a story beat a story beat? Or specifically, what makes a story beat change to the next beat?
It's a change
It
of
could be-
mood, or
Go ahead.
it's a
It
change
could
of
be
mood.
a.
Yeah, go ahead.
You got it. You got it. Maybe. I'm back on me. You got it.
Go ahead, Vish.
Just making sure.
Yeah, so the change of beat or change of the motion, the mood and the direction in which the story is going would constitute a beat, one of the beats.
Yeah, exactly. So within a scene, the story beats are the smallest points, and how to find them is a change in tone, or a character maybe changing their tactics and the way they're trying to communicate, or the change of emotion. change in tone happens, the most often it's easiest to spot because you can kind of feel it through the script. When somebody enters the room, when somebody leaves the room, the tone, the feeling kind of changes. If the emotion changes, we can kind of see that too, is like somebody is really mad at someone and they apologize and now they're not crossing their arms anymore. That could be that change of emotion. It feels different now. And those are the story beats. That's how you can break it down as small as possible into the littlest structure of a script. You or me?
Mine's pretty easy, so I guess I'll do this one's okay. You remember this one.
You
This
going
one's
or-
pretty easy. Yeah.
Okay.
What are the differences between the first AD and the second AD?
The first AD, first assistant director, they are the kind of the leaders of the crew on set. They're taking care of a lot of the crew, the things that need to be done with the crew, and like helping the production manager and stuff with the unit production manager with scheduling and with the next day's call sheets and stuff like that. Whereas the second assistant director is the they can either be the assistant to the first assistant director, or they can be somebody who, depending on how big the set is, they could be over background actors, or they could be doing some other kind of task separate from the first assistant director and the director and everyone else.
So this one actually did write the definition for.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, whoop, first AD handles fudge. This thing turns off. Handles the logistics of running the set during production. They are the liaison between the director and the rest of the crew. My goodness, my phone keeps turning off. They create and maintain and manage shooting schedule and shot list according with all department heads. This, of course, is just a brief overview. And the second AD generates call sheets, shepherds the movements of the cast, wrangles extras, and provides support in carrying out the orders of the first AD when possible. Like the first AD, they provide critical assistance to the oh my goodness, what did I write here? Efficiency, it's a typo, there's a typo, and productivity of the production. So yeah, you remember pretty much everything. That one was super easy, I just wanted to see if you
No, I mean, like, it's kind of, I didn't get a lot of that. But you know, the things I said, I feel like are similar to what they do. A lot of the roles are very varied and complex.
One just is more like a second hand to the director and leads with the heads of the departments more than anything, and the other one is in charge of like the rest of the crew and all the other.
It's a middleman to the middleman. We have it's similar to like the military structure, which is kind of annoying, where it's like when we do things like pay, like if we set up something where I need to get paid for whatever trip I'm going on, it's, you know, you have to send it and it routes to like 5 different people. So before it actually gets to the person that actually is in charge of approving it, it's got to go through like 5 other people. It's stupid because like you'll get through the first one, it'll go through like Sergeant such and such. She'll see it and approve it, and it'll go sent to Master Sergeant such and such, and then he'll see it and he'll approve it, and it'll send to somebody else who's a lower rank, and then that person is on leave, so you have to wait for them to come back from their vacation. And so by the time you get approved, you'll be like 2 months later. It's so annoying and it's so dumb because you have all these middlemen that it's just a structure, because you know you have some officer that's in charge that doesn't want to deal with it, so they'll put somebody else in charge of it, and it's just like this thing. But it's like you're going to have to deal with it at some point.
I mean, on the crew, it makes sense because there's so many different departments and so many.
Yeah, it's just like double, like you said, like a middleman, but it's also making sure that these things are getting done by having 3 people look over it.
And on the military,
Did you do it? Yeah, I did it. Did you do it? Yeah, I did it. Here's the thing. Okay, we're completed with it.
Well, yeah, that it's just, you know, a way of them like rerouting the work. But you know, on film set, it's annoying because it's like, hey, when are we shooting? I don't know. Let me ask the first AD, and the first AD is like, well, let me ask the second AD, and the second AD is like,
Let me ask my
It's
assistant.
just the military. I feel like that's any company
Let
ever.
me ask the
It's like, oh, I
person.
need to speak to the supervisor. Oh, I need to speak to the assistant manager. Oh, I need to speak to the.
Yeah.
I feel like that's any company ever. In the military, I would imagine it's in case, oh, so and so requested a bomb. Are we approving that?
No.
Oh, yeah, okay,
No,
okay.
you'd
Are
be-
you
you'd-
approving that?
You'd be surprised on how easy it is to like order stuff like guns, bombs, and all that stuff within the military. It's ridiculously dumb and easy. It's harder for me to get my pay corrected than it is for me to order an M16 or anything like that. It's so stupid.
Good to
It
know. Good
is
to know.
so dumb. It is so, and then on top of that, like it's even worse. So let's just say, because I'm a crew chief and I work around the top brass, like I see my general every day. So I can't go to him and be like, yo, like my pay was incorrect today. You know, because if I do, what's gonna happen is he'll be like, all right, cool. And then we'll get this whole thing about how I jumped the chain of command because I didn't do it the proper way. So it's like I see the guy that's in charge of everything. I see him every morning, but I can't go to him and be like, hey,
Yeah,
look,
depending
man.
on the bigger you get, the more it's like that. Yeah.
Yeah, the crew
Yeah,
would be the
it's-
same thing. 'Cause
Bigger
it's
you
like,
get,
you
it's like,
know-
don't talk to me. It's like, but you have free time and I see you right now.
No, you
Nope.
need to run this up with the
I'm just
assistant,
gonna come to you later.
with
Nope.
the head of your
All
department.
right.
Look at my badge.
It's like imagine being on set and the director's right there, and you were like, "Hey man, like when do we start this next shoot?" And he's like, "Well, talk to the second AD," and he walks away. It's like, you're right
Well, yeah,
there.
because the director's got other things to do than respond to your questions.
That's how it
I mean,
is.
that's how it is with everyone, but yeah.
I hope not to be. I hope I never, like, I don't care how big in life I get in the film world. I hope I never that bougie where it's like I can't talk to the PAs or give them like an answer. Or just
Well,
like,
yeah, but I don't think it's as much. Well, I guess there's definitely people that are like that are just bougie.
Oh, there's people.
But
like
I
that.
also, yeah.
There's so
but
many
there's
people. like
also
that.
people that are just like busy, right? And they're like, crap, I have this to worry about. Just talk. to
That's
someone else."
true. I'll give it this way.
Yeah.
It could be either way. It could be that they're busy. They're actually thinking about something. They don't look like they are, but they are. And they're like, hey, go talk to someone else. Or it could be that they're like, you're beneath me.
Yeah, I'm too.
well,
Yeah.
I'll
Busy with
say
things
about
that actually
80% of the time it's gonna be, whoa, am I having steakum for lunch today or mashed potatoes?
Yeah.
Right. All right, next question. What is viral marketing?
It's what you want.
That'd be great, yeah.
Going viral on social media, the trends, the movie trend, the what new movies coming out, the Halloween trend, something trending.
Yeah, basically, it's marketing with the intent of going viral online, of getting people to discuss the film, to discuss whatever that marketing stunt was, and blow it out over the internet so it spreads everywhere. Getting people to spread the word for you, basically getting people who want to spread the word of your marketing for you without you having to pay advertisements and stuff. So it's marketing with the intent of that happening. All right, why is it important to try to figure out your target audience?
Because you got to read the room. You got to read the room. If you don't know who you're targeting, it's a disaster, because people that are going to go see the movie that you don't really target it for are probably going to see it, not like it, and then give you bad reviews.
Or they're not even going to go see it in general because they're not the target for it.
And that too.
What would be worse? No one seeing it, or the people seeing it and giving it bad reviews? I feel like the bad reviews would be worse.
The bad reviews, yes.
Yeah.
Because
then
with
you're
nobody
just-
sees it.
It depends on how
You can
much money
blame
you
it on
made from it,
marketing.
how much money you spent on it,
Well,
for me.
Not necessarily.
Because if my movie gets bombed, yeah, but if my movie doesn't get seen and I spent 10 million on it, I'm never going to be able to make another movie anyway. If my movie gets seen, it just gets bombed, but it makes its budget or more back, guess what? I get a distributor calling me up to make another film for them. So
Yeah, but wouldn't your reputation be tarnished? Because
tarnished, no, they would just be like, oh, that guy makes trash. Well, his movies always make money. So the distributors don't care. But
don't know,
otherwise, I don't get the
man.
chance to make another film to
Like if-
redeem myself.
Yeah, I
So-
guess that's true.
I don't know, man. Like, I don't know how you feel being the guy that directed Ghostbusters 2016.
Yeah, I really don't know either. I feel like my reputation.
But didn't that flop on the box office? It didn't make more than
Okay,
its
what's
budget.
that?
It
Twilight.
did. It
But that
did.
was decent.
Twilight.
The hell?
Reputation is everything in the film industry, and if you're known for if you're that guy that did that, then I don't know.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm
At
just
least if
saying. I'm
nobody-
just saying you wouldn't get
nobody's-
another chance if you didn't make the budget. If nobody saw it, then you wouldn't get another chance to do it because no investor is going to invest with you again.
There's a blame game. So if nobody sees it, you can just blame it on marketing. Oh, it didn't have a fair share. That blame goes towards the actual production
that
company.
is true. That is
That's
very
true. Yeah, I guess it depends on how large the production is in general to be able to blame it on somebody. But I feel like I don't know. It depends.
So I
That could
think
definitely happen. But I feel like when the marketing messes up, it gets blamed on the producers and the directors more than it gets blamed on the marketing department anyway.
I feel like it depends on the movie.
No, I feel like nobody ever says, "Oh, who
I mean, that
marketed,
happened. That does
who
happen a lot.
marketed this?"
How many?
Because they
how
did
many-
not market it to me. I didn't want to see this.
No, but
They say, "Who made this? Who wrote this? Who
that's what I
directed
mean,
it?"
if you're the director.
How many times have we heard that? How many times have we heard? How come I've never seen this? This is so good. I've heard that a lot.
I like
Like,
that a
oh,
lot too.
Yeah.
How did this go under the radar? I didn't hear about. How come nobody told me about this show? It's so good. I've heard that a lot, but I've never heard the other way around. Like, oh man, I've heard. Well, I have. This movie was way out of proportion. This movie was way overrated.
I've seen where, we've all seen where the reviews come in and everything's negative. The Rotten Tomato score is like 23 to 30%, but the person's making another movie.
I
And you
don't
were
know.
Whereas the films that we never hear about, of course, we're never gonna.
At some
if they're
point, your
making
luck
another
is going
movie, we
around,
don't know
bro.
those
Your luck-
We know
Okay,
they
for
make the bad
everybody gets
ones
a third
because
strike.
they made money and they're making more movies.
Everybody gets a third strike, and nowadays with social media, at some point they're gonna start listening. Like, nah, just stop. Who keeps hiring that guy?
I don't know. I also feel like this generation is a lot more vindictive than the last one, where it's like, you made a project I hate. I'm never supporting anything you do ever again.
You know what I think? What Lakota was saying about, okay, the movie bombed, but you're still making another movie. I think it really all boils down to is who's willing to take the job again. Because they made like 6 Resident Evil films, and like it's the same director. So at some point it has to be, well, if he's willing to put up with the crap of bad executives and bad writing, then it must be a him thing. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah. That's true. All right. But yeah, like you were answering to the question, it's so you know who to aim your marketing at. You know who's gonna like this film, who's gonna come see it, who's gonna give it those good reviews based on the research you've done for who you think might like it. If you can get your target audience aware of the film, you'll have a better chance of getting people to see it, getting tickets sold, and then obviously getting better reviews for it because you're targeting the right people who will like it. You want to go or me?
You can go.
What is the difference in CPM and CPC when it comes to advertising? And what do those stand for? CPM, CPC.
clicks per minute, and the other one I don't know, CPC.
You were close. On the first one, it's cost per. Well, it's kind of annoying. This one, CPM is cost per mil. I think it's pronounced mil. It's a Latin for thousands. So it's the cost per
Which is so
1,000
confusing, right? Because
impression.
it's just million, it's
instead
thousands.
of CPT, cost per thousand. Yeah. But anyway, CPM is cost per 1,000 people seeing the ad. CPC, now that I gave you guys CPM, can you figure out CPC? CPC actually stands for what it is. It's not some confusing Latin word. when you're advertising, you can have an advertisement and you can pay based on how many people are going to glance at it. It's up here in this corner. I see it. Oh, that. And then keep going. 1,000 people do that, you're paying. There's another one that you pay when people do this other thing.
Cost per click, right?
Yeah, cost per click. So it's when somebody actually goes to it and clicks on it, you're paying per that person clicking it. So you only pay when somebody clicks, but you're going to pay more money with each click than you would if somehow out of those 1,000 people, 3 people click, you'll be paying less with cost per 1,000 than you would with cost per click. But with cost per click, if 20 million thousand people see it and nobody's clicking on it, you'll only have to pay for the one that does. So it's a bit of a mix up on how you should advertise, what you should do the payment, so how you should pay basically.
Is
And
this
then there's
on-
also CPV, which is cost per view, and that is for video sites like YouTube. It's when somebody watches the full ad and doesn't skip it after a certain point of the video ad. If they're still watching it, they count as a view. You okay?
Yeah.
What were you saying, Vish?
Was this standardized across different social media, or is it like specific to YouTube or Facebook?
The cost
Just
per view is, I think that's only for video sites. I'm not entirely sure, but the other two are pretty much standardized on any advertising you do. All right, next question. What is the 99-1 rule of community engagement?
99 problems, but a B ain't one.
Yeah, that part too.
Right.
But a view ain't
I
one.
don't get it. Oh, here we go.
All right, for community engagement, there's 90, then 9, and then 1. 99-1 rule of community engagement. You know the answer, honey?
I think I do, but I want to give someone else a chance to answer. Stop it. Stop doing that.
Obviously, we're not part of the community anymore.
They are.
Somebody is
Honey,
only
you know what I mean?
Priscilla. Come on,
I'm
Priscilla.
scared.
Everyone's waiting for you.
I believe in this.
The 1% enlightened.
I believe. No. All right, give me a hint because I remember, but I also don't.
So it's community engagement. When you create a community, 90%.
Remember, okay. So, it's about like commenting, sharing, and viewing, right?
Right. Well,
So-
sort of. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much what you're saying.
So it would be like 1% would share it, 10% would
You're right.
would comment, and 90% would view.
Pretty much, yeah. So 90% in a community, whenever you create community, whenever you have a fan base or something like that, 90%, and this is just a general rule of thumb, so it's not always exactly 90%, of course, but 90% are lurkers. They're just looking at it. They view the video. If you have a YouTube channel and subscribers, 90% are going to watch, and that's all they're going to do. 9% are going to do a little bit more. They might comment, they might like the video, and they'll watch it. And then 1% are going to be the ones that share it, that tell other
That's what I
people on other
said.
social media platforms to watch the
That's
video, that like it, that comment, and that watch every single video.
Which in reality, if it's YouTube, it's even less than that because their viewer base seems to be 10% of their subscribers on average.
Right, I'm basing it on YouTube, but like it's any community. It could just be somebody's looking at your posts, or if it's Reddit, they're not making their own posts. They're just reading other people's. Then 9%, occasionally they'll comment, occasionally they might post every so often, but they barely are active. And then 1% are the really active people that are really engaged and really part of the community and spreading posts and sharing information and whatever else. All right. Last question for this semester, and then we'll go to the other ones. What is rule of 7 in marketing? What is the rule of 7 in marketing?
Is it where someone has to see something like 7 times before they, I guess, decide that they want to know more or purchase or
Yes.
click or something like that? Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
So it's the general rule of thumb again, where it's saying that somebody who might be interested in that service or that product for us, somebody that might be interested in that film, needs to see an ad for it or needs to see it mentioned up to 7 times or more before they actually take the action of buying a ticket. Or like you said, researching further and like digging into the movie, like, do I really want to see this, depending on
That's
their
the average.
behavior.
Yeah, that's the average that people have noticed.
There we go. Great job, everybody, for those. Priscilla, do you want to ask another question, and then I'll move on to the
Okay.
old semesters?
All right.
So my one question on that, why does it not apply to, people we deal with?
People what?
People we deal with, if you tell them like 3 times, they get really super annoyed. And 7 times is just beyond.
Oh yeah, I mean, because it's like if you're telling somebody it's a little more personal.
I also feel
They definitely get annoyed.
Yeah, I mean, 2 times or 3 times is.
But if they're just on Facebook scrolling through, they see your post about, oh yeah, I forgot he did mention that. Vish did say he's working on the new Avengers movie.
in our conversation, we also talked about how for me especially, I feel like there's a lot of, it's about variety too, like not just how many times you see it, but in different ways.
Yeah,
I mean,
so it's
some
like
of-
seeing the review about it. Any new film you guys have heard of, like if you really think about it, you probably didn't look into it too far or buy a ticket without seeing it more than once. If you just saw the key art for a poster
Unless it was something you already knew.
and
was
then
coming.
decide to buy it.
Right. I mean, like the trailers or sometimes the ads that you see the same ads. Like, if you're watching a program, you'll probably see them like 6, 7 times.
Oh, on streaming services, you might see it 7 times in one episode of something.
Yeah, and these are not
And then
different
it was
ones.
the
They're the
opposite
same.
for me. I don't know about you guys, but it just makes me angry.
If it's a crappy commercial, goodness.
Yeah.
Maybe the first time, just give it a chance. Second time, fourth time, now I'm not watching it out of spite.
But then there's the good ones where people will go watch it on their own again and again. Oh, that was so good.
I don't
See it.
feel
Trailers, people watch trailers over and over again if they like the film.
if I see it too many times, I get annoyed.
I'm talking like people who, I don't know, like I've seen people who are really interested in one specific film and they're like watching the trailer. Oh, I just noticed this thing when I watched it the 15th time.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Yeah, but that's not what we're talking about here, right? We are talking about a random 7 times hit.
Yeah, we're talking
Before,
about the ones who aren't that addicted to the product from the get-go. The ones who just are like kind of interested in seeing something like that, but they don't really know
Yes.
what it is. And then they keep going and they see it again and again and again. It could be over the course of weeks, it could be over the course of months, it could be within a day. Like it doesn't,
All right.
that probably plays a factor into it as well, but that's why it's the general rule of thumb being 7.
All right, Annie. What is included in the job of a set designer and who do they have to coordinate with on the production?
Oh man. All right. They coordinate with the production designer.
What is included in their job first and then who do they coordinate?
Oh geez. Okay. Very, very specific with the way I need to answer. Their job, set designer or set dresser. Set designer designs the interior space, like what goes into the space. The set constructor will build it, they'll build the room. The set designer decides what kind of bed goes in there, what kind of dresser, what stuff's gonna go on the walls. Am I right? Or am I thinking of a set
Furniture
dresser?
props the audience sees at a production of a player film The set designer's job is to design design the physical surroundings which the action will take place.
So they either buy or they acquire the things, or they make them, or they get somebody to make them to put inside of the space. And then what was the
And
second
they
part of the
design-
question?
Who do they have to coordinate with on the production?
Set dressers and the production designer. They have to coordinate with the set constructor sometimes, the prop master, costuming, pretty much everyone on production design they'll collaborate with at some point, because they need to make sure that all the colors are matching and that they have the whole everything's going to match the scene pretty much, or contrast to the scene depending on what they want.
It must coordinate and integrate the scenery with the other elements of the production. That means costumes, lights, sound, actors,
Lighting, yeah, I forgot about lighting.
and special effects as well.
Gotcha.
The effect of all the, yep. There you go.
All right.
You sounded like you were gonna remember.
What do you mean?
You
Oh,
said-
at the beginning?
Yeah.
No, I have to think about it. Describing someone's job is kind of hard.
Yeah, that's why, but it's still good
All
that
right.
we know what everyone does.
Oh, I know. I do. I ask this question all the time. Who are the heads of a production? This is from semester 1. Who's in charge of a production, I'll say.
The entire production, above the line, below the line, or what?
Yeah, entire production.
Executive producer.
Yep. And then the next step down, the people actually on set and pre-production stuff, who would be? Underneath executive producers, there's also
Director, line producer.
producer.
Producer, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Also, I guess, investors would be the ones who are ultimately involved, ultimately controlling the thing if they really wanted to. Since they're given the money, they can say they want to take it away, but hopefully they're not going to be getting involved that much. Yeah, director. The other heads that are a bit lower are production designer, director of photography, gaffer, and things like that. But the main people in charge are the executive producers, and then it goes to the producers, and then the director. Producers are over the director. What does a script supervisor do?
Oh, that was gonna be one of my questions. Thank goodness I did.
They read along the script. Well, script supervisor or scripty? Or
Script
they-
supervisor. Wait, isn't that the same thing?
The word supervisor is throwing me off. But if you're
I'm
talking
pretty
about,
sure that's another name for a script supervisor, but
if you're talking about scripty, I think scripty, they follow along the scene that's being shot, to pretty much keep a marking of where they're at. So it's like if you have any questions of, oh, where are we at in the script, or where's that line at? They're pretty much like, person with what is it? What's that memory? It's something memory. I can't remember it. Photographic memory almost. Where it's like they're supposed to be paying attention to things in the
That
script.
was ironic. I can't
that-
remember. They need a photographic memory.
yeah,
Well, yeah, you don't
you're
need a
right, Brian.
photograph, but it's kind of like,
Raphael's right on one too. Ensure continuity.
yeah, that's
Another part of the
They've got a bajillion jobs, people. So.
job.
yeah.
It's not easy naming them all. No, but yeah,
No, I
you're
just-
both right. Priscilla, do you want to add anything to it? You were saying.
No, I wasn't like
Likewise.
trying to be like you're forgetting. I just mean like these poor people have a million jobs.
Oh, V, what'd you
there's
say?
oh, go ahead, Pete.
Oh, sorry. Like when it comes to picking up on scenes, the script supervisor would make sure that outfits are in place, props are in place, things are just aligning well so that it makes it easier for the editor and just easier for, like you said, the continuity
Mhm.
throughout the production.
There you go. Photographic memory. There.
Yeah,
Oh, well.
or the ability, they're like just really detail oriented, being able to take a picture and pay attention to every little piece.
Folks and take pictures in between takes so they can. make
One of
sure
the
that
hardest
they're
things they do is like ice cream shots because that's always melting and changing depending on how much the person's eaten, and then the next take, got to make sure, oh, they took a bite. Try to get the bite taken out. But you'll notice if anyone ever has an ice cream or a cup of water that they're actually drinking, something they're actually consuming, the continuity's usually off.
Yeah, but yeah, no, normally they will have like, they will take pictures in between takes to make sure that a wardrobe looks, that kind of thing. They will time a lot of the scenes as well. Some of them will have like stopwatches and stuff. They will, while the scene is going, they will take their pen or pencil and go down the scene so they can see which ones are being covered,
Lining the script.
lining the script, yeah.
Yep.
They will read through it beforehand and note any continuity errors, any things that might need to be changed, or anything that they might need to keep a lookout for. They will have extensive notes like we talked about in the, I think it was like first or second semester. We talked about like the papers that they will work with and how they'll write those down, like the ones that were shot today and which shots were good and which shots were not.
Technically, yeah, not subjectively. Objectively speaking, which shots
The
don't
director
work.
liked the most.
That, or the sound person said that sound messed up, so let me mark that down, that kind of thing with those notes. But yeah, you guys are all right. They keep an updated script. They have the most updated version of the script because they are on set updating it and changing things. If an actor goes, this line of dialogue doesn't seem like my character, and they figure out a new line to do, the script supervisor is in charge of making sure that line is in their script so they can update the production office so they can make that change and make sure everyone's aware of the scene changes. They also, like Priscilla said, they keep track of all that stuff and make sure that they are lining the script, which is keeping track of what has already been shot, what hasn't been, who was talking in which part, who was seen talking, and who was like seen from behind the head while they were speaking for each take. And then also, if somebody's trying to make a major change or even a little change to something in a scene or in the script, it is their job to defend the script if needed to maintain story continuity. So if this doesn't make sense for the character, it sounds good in the moment to everyone else, they're all saying it, script supervisor should step up and make sure that the director is aware that it will not make sense for the character's story because this is a change in the way they're acting or the way their emotion has been so far. Or they just had a fight before, they shouldn't be holding hands and be nice to each other right now, right away in the scene. And if the director chooses to go ahead and do it anyway, at least they're aware what they're doing. So yeah, all those things, script supervisor. You gonna go or me?
That was only one question. You did it with, well, 2 questions, right?
Yeah.
You want to do a couple more and then I'll go? Because I only have a couple
What
more.
is a slug line?
It's like
It has another name in a script, but yeah, slug line.
it's not a log line. It's what's the word? It's hard to explain it, but it's kind of like you have the name of the movie and then you have like a slug line under it. I can't describe it. I'll let somebody else get it.
Like a tagline?
Nope, tagline's different. So log line, tagline, slug line, they're all different. This one is specifically it's for script formatting.
Oh, yeah, that's all.
Does anyone want to take a guess?
Is it
What?
What was that? Oh, Raphael said, dang, I forgot this one's like a summary. Nope, that would be the log line. Log line is the condensed summary of the script. All right, slug line. It is this thing in the script. Well, no, it's not. Not this squared out part. I don't know why that. It's this part up here. It's also known as a scene header.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a scene.
Yeah, it's also known, like I said, slug line, also known as a scene header. Interior, exterior, where they're at, what time of day it is. And if the year or something changes, they'll also note that. But that's what's in it. What is an intercut in a script and when is it used? All right. An intercut tells the reader that the scene will be going back and forth between different locations without having to put scene headers or slug lines at the top of each change.
Duh,
They're on a phone call and they're going back and forth between this person and that, Frank and Frank's dad or something. Then you'll say intercut begins or begin intercut, and then you'll have their lines of dialogue only. That way you're not going, Frank's room, Frank's dad's living room, Frank's room, and writing that over and over again, because that's going to break up and it's going to slow down the read. Oh, you asked that one. What's assistant director?
My turn then?
If you want to, yeah.
Okay. This one's easy. You know this one. What is the difference between a film market and film festivals?
All right, so a film festival is a place that's more for celebration of film. It's for the public. It's for people to go see new films, independent films specifically, but also just major films go to festivals sometimes. And it's to share the film with people, let them see it, try to win awards, and basically just like I said, a celebration. They can have a part of a market in there. They can have distributors that buy the films at film festivals, but the film festival itself is not specifically for that. Whereas a market is for the filmmakers, the production company, the studio, whoever owns that film that's created, to get in touch, or an idea, to get in touch with the distributors, sales agents, producer reps, and things like that to try to make a deal, either sell the film or get it distributed or get some pre-sales going on for an idea. Film market's usually not open to the public. It's open to people who have films, whereas film festivals are open to the public. And film festival films sometimes aren't going to be commercial films. They're more of the art films. Occasionally, there can be both, but generally speaking, a film that gets a bunch of awards at a film festival doesn't necessarily mean it's going to do well at a film market, because they're going to look at the commercial aspect, the marketability of the film. Anything else?
Yeah, just because a film is good with film festivals and people that, well, a film doesn't mean that it's marketable for the masses, general audiences.
Mhm.
Yeah, so basically, huh?
Yeah, I'd like to add film festivals and film market are both open to the public. There's no restrictions. You just have to pay for it.
Oh, for a film, you can go to a film market just without a film?
Yeah, you can go to a film market, just pay the entrance fee. So it's basically about, it's a money-making mechanism, but it's open to everybody.
Yeah, so
Okay.
basically the note is, the note it said, it's like, it's not all are open to the public is what I saw in a few articles, but some are, it's just not as popular because people.
Because there's not really a reason to be there without
Yeah,
a film.
it's more of
But
a-
yeah, okay.
yeah.
I didn't know that you could go there without a film. That's
No.
cool.
Yeah, like LA Film Festival, film market is, it's open. I mean, you just take the entrance fee and then go, which is a little higher, but anybody can go there.
they want to.
Nice.
Yeah,
Good.
also, so basically what I had, but yeah, definitely I did read some places that like not all film markets are open, but a lot are. People just don't generally go. It says film markets are all about the business of film, where filmmakers and distributors buy and sell films is different to a film festival, which is a competition, which is more competition based, basically was what they were saying. It's more like competitions and also for public enjoyment. A lot of people go just kind of like music festivals, that kind of thing. Film market is also where film distribution deals take place the majority of the time. The market is also about opportunity for sellers and buyers to socialize and to build relationships with people with whom they often transact businesses by email or phone. Festivals, on the other hand, are more public-based and open to the public. So I had a note that you can also like socialize and meet and build relationships in film festivals. But of the film market, more often than not, you are meeting people that you're already in communications with, or that you've already pitched to, or you're looking to pitch to, you know? Those kinds of things that I saw in articles as well.
Yeah, because at a film festival, you'll meet other filmmakers that have just made their own films and you can communicate and network with them. But with a film market, it's more of the people who are trying to buy it or trying to sell for the most part.
Yeah.
All right. What is a parenthetical and what are the two kinds you'll find in a script? This goes back to script formatting again.
Parenthetical, right?
Yeah.
So the parentheticals, if I remember correctly, you're supposed to use them sparingly, but they're basically kind of like little directions of how a line should be played or delivered.
Yeah. So it's something that you wouldn't get from the context of the scene, like, or from the line itself. Like somebody saying, I love you, but they're not meaning it like, they're not actually saying it. They're saying it in a more of a sarcastic tone. Then you would do, the character's name, and then you do a parenthetical that says sarcastic or sarcastically, and then the line, I love you. That way the reader knows that line is sarcastic. The other kind is actually seen in this slug line thing that I brought up right here. Parenthetical of the character parenthetical. That could be something like the VO voiceover. It's in parentheses, so we know it's just a voiceover. We're not actually seeing Frank while this line is spoken. Or it could be, into phone or something like that, so we know exactly what is.
That's why it's supposed to be used sparingly, because more often than not, unless it's something that's like very specific, like, oh, if it's in a sarcastic, if it needs to be in a sarcastic tone, or something like that, it's already kind of should be implied within the subtext, or it is open to the interpretation of the actor.
Yeah, and so like it should already be, that's why it's, you should trust that whoever's going to read it is going to know what that line is going to be said like. Now, some of the things like this in Vietnamese, subtitled, that's to let them know it's not going to be in English. That's something that needs to be there. Because if you have it in English, but you're saying he speaks in, like you don't want to put that in the action, so it's easier to do a parenthetical of that. And that's what those are.
So I'd like to add there is that one parenthetical is more for, somebody who's reading the script, like actors. They would probably, they would have, the writer would probably have like an emotion attached to it. And then the other parenthetical is more for post-production, where they are maybe going off screen or voiceover. That's something which is which the actors, I mean, they don't care too much about it, but they have to know that, okay, this is a voiceover thing and all that. But for the post-production, they'll probably not care too much about whether the actor is saying it angry with anger or with
Sarcasm.
sarcasm, right?
Right. Yeah, and I'll say that things like, where is it? Oh, things like this, it says like not looking up. Yep. Those should probably be left out. And it's because that person who's writing the script is trying to make sure that their exact vision is going to be seen in the end. But really, when you're giving up a script, if you're not the one making it, you want to leave it up to people to interpret, to make their own scene out of it. Do they feel like Dean needs to be looking down while he's saying that? If so, it should be found within your script how Dean is feeling so that they can get that emotion and say, oh, he's probably not looking at, probably he feels bad, or whatever the purpose is, whatever the reason he's not looking up is, should be clear in the script itself. So you don't really need those. And that's why they say use them sparingly. Only use them when it's something that is not going to be known to the reader, no matter how much context there is in the script. All right. What is O.S in a script and why are they used? I'll specifically say it's used next to a person's name.
Out of shot.
Yeah,
Or
yeah, basically
or
off
out of-
screen.
Off screen.
Why is it used?
It's to show like if somebody's talking on the phone, it's to clarify that that person's, you're staying in one place and not bouncing back and forth. I want to say it's kind of like a screen direction, but it could be applied to your spec script as well. So
yeah, and it's used for stuff like you said. It could also be two characters are having a conversation in the room and one's walking into the kitchen and then they say they're screaming back, yeah, la, la, la. That line of dialogue they're saying while they're in the kitchen is saying that they haven't came back to the room yet. So again, I would say it depends on who you're giving the script to, but sometimes some of those things don't need to be in the script. It just depends on several different things. Sometimes it's only put in the shooting script when they want to know exactly how they're going to shoot it. And other times, like Brian said, it could be put into the spec script and still be picked up and everything. So it just depends.
Okay, do you want to go or do you want me to go?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, 1 second. Yeah. Dang it. Okay, 1 second. Here it is. Okay. So this one I actually copied a bunch of notes because it's so long. What are some important aspects to consider when creating when creating a budget for your film?
What are some important
Or
aspects?
Yeah, basically I wrote it like that, but it's like what goes into the film budget? What are things you need to think about when creating a film budget?
Shooting schedules, how long it's going to take, how many days there are to shoot.
Definitely.
So
Yeah.
how many crew you need, and the budgets, like what their hourly rate or their daily rate or weekly or whatever rate is generally around that area. The locations, how many locations are there?
Oh, guys, this is for Coda that I made so that to see if you, because he asked for some questions for him. But if you guys want to like write it down in the chat what you remember, that's good too. I basically was trying to pick out some questions that I thought were important for us to remember. But I also, like I said, didn't want to look through the questions because he might have picked out one that was similar, or I might have, copy and pasted. I wanted to try to actually get stuff from the syllabus and put it on here verbatim so that we could have like a little refresh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, how long it is to shoot, how many locations there are, if there are any visual effects or special effects, how many actors there are, specifically how many above the line actors there are going to be and how many below the line, or background characters or side characters or whatever, supporting actors. You have to think about post-production and what's all going to be needed for that, especially
Pre-production as well.
Well, yeah, pre-production. pre-production, production, post-production, distribution and marketing, production insurance, equipment.
That's very important. Rentals or the ones you already own.
Yep.
And when talking about the ones you already own. And
props, costumes, set design, set dressing, set construction.
how much each crew, each member of the cast and crew is receiving, and don't forget that.
Yeah, didn't I say that? The pay rate, the rates that they all receive.
City
wasn't it new?
we should be getting going. Oh,
All right, thanks for coming.
we'll see you Thursday.
He's already gone.
Okay.
All right, what else? I don't know, I guess software and stuff like that, and
Software is definitely important as well because
music rights, if you're gonna get music. If there's any copywritten stuff that you're trying to get rights to, whether it's logos, trademarks, talking about a certain company, or using their branding. I don't know, what else you got?
All right, so I actually jotted it down in the list that they gave, like how to break down and create a film budget. I remember there was a really good article in the syllabus about it.
Above the line, below the line,
Yeah,
post-production,
Just separate above the line, below the line, yes. But they said
and other.
add the cost of pre-production and wrap crew. Like calculate those first because those are the first ones you're gonna have off the bat. Add your shooting crew expenses. So that's everything you said as far as like actors, crew, those kind of things. Materials and expenses during pre-production, production and wrap. So that could count as things that you're gonna use like paper. That's important, you're gonna use office supplies, as well as set dressing, set design, what that's all gonna be. Location expenses, wardrobe / animatronics, puppet specialty, makeup, animals, etc. Studio rental and related expenses, like if you're renting locations, studio time for ADR.
Or just studio time for shooting
Or
too.
just studio time for shooting in general. Cost for set construction labor, if you need to build any sets.
I said that.
You said that as well. Yeah. Set construction materials, like we already talked about, equipment rentals, hard drives and transcoding. Like that's apparently separate because that's something that a lot of people forget, that that's also going to be an extra cost in your production and post-production, which is all the hard drives you're going to need, all of the materials.
Hardware too, like computers and whatever else if you don't have any.
They were talking about how that is something that a lot of people forget to budget for when thinking about equipment, because you're going to need all that too to back everything up.
Yeah.
So that's very important. And like you said, miscellaneous costs.
And for DCPs and all of that, you need multiple hard drives, depending on how many movie theaters you want to send it through.
And then I had like 2 notes that they said, in general, the budget includes all costs relating to the development, production, and post-production of the film. Thus, the budget includes, for example, cost of acquiring the script as well, which might be a possible cost.
Right.
If you need to buy the
optioning the script or buying it.
And also, if there is like a bidding war for talent as well, like if they're in between projects, that might be something you're gonna have to, like, going to look for talent. Going out there and looking for people for your film, especially when you're an independent film, that might be extra costs that you have to add to your budget. Not just paying for the crew, but also, paying for the cast, but also looking for the cast. So we're talking about production hub, we're talking about, auditions, and that is a cost that, also has to be added and separated when looking at the budget. And let me see. And like you said, the 4 sections that it's divided in: above the line, below the line, post-production, and other, which is
production, insurance, distribution, and marketing.
Yeah, and then above the line would be creative talent, below the line director, production costs, blah, blah, blah. post-production, editing, visual effects, etc. And the other, which is insurance, completion, bond, etc.
Oh yeah, Bonnie. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot how good that article was. That was in the syllabus. And I also looked at a few other ones that I couldn't.
Do you remember
find.
the name of the article?
I can link it in the group if you guys want. It just says like a.
I was just gonna give the name for, you know.
I don't remember the name, but I think I have the link. I have it bookmarked in my notes on my Safari. I have it bookmarked because I thought it was like really good, and I was like, oh, this actually breaks it down thing by thing. When you're actually creating the budget, it's perfect because you can break it down by those specific categories so you don't forget anything. And also so you know what's gonna have to be paid first, what's gonna have to be paid second, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And in order, because that's really important, I feel.
Okay. Well, once you let me know the name, I'll share it.
Mhm.
What is
Do you want me to do
V?
that now or just do
Yeah,
it
go
after
ahead.
the meeting?
What is VO in a script? It's next to a character's name. What does it stand for?
What's the what? Repeat that.
Voiceover.
VO, yeah, that's it.
Across the whole.
Voiceover. It just means
Voiceover?
that, you know, they're not there. We just went over it.
It even
But-
has a template too. How to click it.
Is it Studio Binder you're talking about?
No, it's a rap book.
Okay.
Rat book.
All right. What does the director of photography do? AKA sometimes known as the cinematographer or DP.
Well, he directs photographers.
No.
I'm joking.
I was gonna say, what?
The man who looks through the hole.
Yeah.
The man who looks through the hole and sees what's out the other side. What are they in charge of?
Principal photography. So,
And
well, principal.
they're the
principal
head of the
photography department, camera department.
camera
everything.
department. Yeah, I mean,
Mhm.
so they're over the camera crew, and they're also like Brian said, they're responsible for capturing the thing. Cinematographer generally means that they are the camera operator and the director of photography, whereas the director of photography title generally means that there's somebody else doing the camera operating and they're overseeing them. Not always the case. It depends production to production, but that's generally why there's those two different titles.
Wow, like that, you're the first one that I've actually heard come up with a distinguished difference between the two. That's cool. I learned something
People
every
talking
day.
about the difference between the two.
No, it's cool. I like that. I like the way I actually dig it. Because you know, I'm not against either or, but you know, every time that comes up, like nobody really has an answer as to the difference between the two, and that actually makes a lot of sense.
You know, that's actually true now that I think
That's true.
about
Yeah,
it.
like a lot of people indistinguishable,
Yeah,
which is why I said, you know, it depends on your production.
and now that I think about it, a lot of the videos and articles we read and watched, some people had a distinction, others are just like, it's basically depends on your production, same thing. It was
Yeah.
like some had a good explanation, some didn't.
And
Yeah.
I'm talking like not just like for like study, like professors in my school, like they really never clarified the differences between the two. And you know, even professionals, like they really just don't really have an answer for it. So this is like a first time I'm actually hearing like an actual legitimate difference or clarity between the differences in two. That's pretty cool.
Cool. I'm glad. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, they're also over the artistic and technical decisions related to the image scene. So the technicals of the camera, what settings it's going to be used, what lenses, and then the artistic of how the camera is going to move. Of course, they're going to be working in conjunction with the director to figure that stuff out, but it's up to them to capture it in finality. Do you have any more questions, or do you want me to keep going?
Okay. The other one was also about budgeting, but this one was talking about marketing, which you kind of already talked a little bit about though.
Did I?
You didn't? you're talking about marketing and some questions. But okay, basically the question was, what are important things to consider when creating a marketing budget for your film, and what factors determine the marketing budget? Because that was another article that I thought was really good, talking about like what will determine and make the difference in your marketing budget, which I also.
All right, well, one thing to consider is how much of the overall budget you're going to split from the production budget to make the marketing budget. How much are you going to dedicate to it? And it is going to be based on how much marketing are you going to do, how niche is your target audience, or how narrow or how broad are they? And the broader they are, the more marketing you're going to have to do to capture their attention. The narrower they are, you have to be efficient with it to capture their attention. How are you going to market? There's different ways of marketing, viral marketing, there's social media marketing, there's influencer marketing. So the way you go about trying to market will also affect the costs. You said factors, and what was the other part of the question?
It's like, how do you determine your things that help you determine your budget? The size of your marketing budget.
Well, the size of your total budget, first of all, how big, and like I said, how big the target audience is, and where you're going to be marketing to, what you're going to be doing. Are you going to be doing publicity stunts to try to go viral marketing? Are you going to do something that's kind of cheap, but try to still do viral marketing? And so, yeah, I mean, what else you got?
So it says your marketing budget should cover the macro aspects of your business, which is marketing research, product planning and development. So like planning for your film, developing, how much that's going to cost, basically planning all that out. Financial projections to help set production and pricing objectives. So basically you have to realistically think, how much is this film going to make?
Yeah, you don't want to spend more money than you're going to make from that marketing.
Exactly.
So you need to make sure that you are trying to guess or make an educated guess on, if I can get 3 people in here, if I market this amount and those 3 people pay this amount for each ticket, I'm going to make more money than I spent by a wider margin, so it's less risk.
So you also have to project like where it's going to be, how far you want it to be distributed to, you know, if you're going to have any promotions, that kind of thing. That is something you have
sweepstakes, free gifts.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you're going to hire a public relations company to help with the, you know,
to do it, to
with the marketing, yeah.
Or I guess a marketing company, right?
Yeah, and then it says, I thought this article was really good, and so I kind of jotted down a few things. The size of your marketing budget will be influenced by factors such as, and this one, I don't know if this article was like specific to film or it was just marketing in general, but I still thought it was really good. The financial position of your business is very important. Like if you're a big, like if you have if you're like a bigger company and you're a little well known, you've made a couple films, your budget might be a little bigger. Or you're more well known, which means maybe you won't have to market as much to this place, but we'll have to that, you know. So that's something you need to consider. How well known are you? How big of a business are you? How long have you been in the industry, and how many followers do you already have? Because that will determine if you're going to need to put your budget more into more people discovering you than utilizing the ones you have, for example.
Mm-hmm.
You know. Then it says competitor actions. So what I jotted down here was basically talking about films and productions that are similar to yours and how they market things and how big they are and their audience, because the best way for you to learn how to budget and advertise for your company is looking at similar companies and seeing how they do it. Similar scope, similar genre,
similar budgets.
The demand for and price of marketing services. So like not only the demand for your film that I separated, but also how expensive the marketing services will be.
Mhm.
And, you know, how much you can afford. And at the end, I thought was really interesting, the responsiveness and returns from marketing spending. So basically, you try, let's say, one marketing tactic. You have 3 different tactics that you're working with, right? Like we gave in our pitch the other day, our presentation, we showed a few marketing strategies we had. Let's say we go with all 3 of those marketing strategies, right? And then we would be analyzing how responsive and how many returns we're getting on each one. If one, we're seeing more response and more return than the other 2, then chances are we're probably going to invest a little bit further or a little bit more extensive on that one than the other 2. That way you don't spread yourself too thin.
That's what you definitely should do. I've seen the opposite where people will go, well, I'm not getting as much on the other 2, so let me try to push it more. But you should focus more of your efforts on the thing that's working than the things that aren't.
Exactly, and that's what they're saying, like responsiveness is very important. So if you see that these 3 marketing strategies that you're doing, one is more successful than the other 2, or 2 are more successful than that, and that other one's not as much, you focus on the ones that are successful, because that will grow the audience you have, and also you won't be spreading yourself too thin, trying from too many different angles to try to gain the same audience, where you're already growing this audience in this field. You know, so I thought those were like really, really good, and those weren't even necessarily for film specifically, but because I saw some that were in the syllabus and some that I just
the syllabus is full of stuff that wasn't specific to film. I was just adapting it to film.
And this one is like so good. So I might link this one as well, because I love this kind of thing, you know. So I was really interested.
Gotcha. Cool. All right. What is a match cut in a script?
It's a type of cut, right?
Yes. Match cut.
Is it that one that's like super quick?
New.
No.
Nope.
Okay.
Think of the name. Match cut.
Oh, is it the one that you love a bunch, where it's like one thing dissolves into the other thing and they like blend together?
Yeah, so it's a transition that matches the footage of the previous scene with the scene that takes place directly after it. So for an example, it could be you end a scene by zooming into somebody's eye. You know, we've all seen this before. You zoom into somebody's eye, or you dolly into their eye, which then transitions into galaxies and stars in space, as the blackness of the pupil turns into the sky. So you're matching those two, linking them in some way from shot to
The
shot.
new Pfizer commercial, if any of you have seen it, did a phenomenal job of that. We were talking about how cool it looked, remember?
Yeah,
The
that
little
was pretty good.
animation going
That was really
into it.
good.
That was really cool.
All right, what does a second AC do? And what does it stand for?
Assistant camera.
Yes, yes. Second
Sure.
assistant camera.
So
And
it's kind of like
what is their job?
the same thing I was talking about with the military and the middleman of the middle. No, I think the second one is like the first AC is like swapping lenses, technical stuff for the camera, and the second AC is more or less like the middleman in between that. He relays messages to the first AC, who relays it down to the camera guy or the cinematographer, and then he also does slate, correct?
Yeah, yep. Second AC will be handling slate, otherwise known as the clapperboard, and various other names. They'll be keeping track of the scenes and takes, and they'll be assisting the first assistant camera however they can, and also, like you said, relaying the information, or maybe being sent to talk to another department about the camera department's needs or something.
Yeah.
When do you capitalize a character's name in the action of a script?
You mean all capitals?
Yes.
When they are first introduced within the script.
Correct. Yep. So if whenever you're first introducing somebody, you put them in all caps so that they stand out. Oh, this is a new person. What is a gaffer on a production?
Person in charge of gear that is used to light the scene. So person with a bunch of equipment, pretty much.
Yeah, they're the chief lighting technician.
Yeah.
They work closely with the DP and the lighting crew to set up the lights as efficiently as possible. They're directly under the DP usually.
Yeah.
What is room tone and what is it used for?
Right, if you don't know this one, I'm not going to take you seriously as a sound person.
Oh, I know it. I'm just waiting for somebody else to answer it so that I can.
I know, I was just teasing. Because you say
Hold
sound.
on,
is
wait.
something big.
30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Yeah, everyone be quiet for 30 seconds.
That's right. You're good.
Don't they recommend like a minute more than anything? But no one can.
Yeah,
talk
but
for a
sometimes on
minute?
set, it's hard
That
to
would
get
be
a
nice.
whole minute.
There are times where I'll start recording and then I'll hear something, so I'll start again. But nobody will. Nobody knows but me. It's like, oh man, that didn't feel like 30 seconds. I was like, because it was a minute.
Yeah, like, man, I felt like I had to take 2 minutes out. I'm like, yeah, that was out. So you had to stop for that car in the background.
I think only the editor knows the importance of room tone.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. Sound editor. Yep, so room tone is the sound of the room while everything else is silent. Sound recorders use room tone so that they can lay it over all clips in the edit so that the background sound is consistent throughout.
That way you can also.
You can also use it to take out certain sounds in certain circumstances. There's like an annoying fridge noise or something.
All right.
That's a bit harder.
You want me to do the last one I got?
Yep, go ahead.
All right. So the last one is about film promotion. What are ways you can promote your film/media project?
What are some ways you can promote it?
Yeah.
Going door to door, handing out your mixtape.
Yeah, you go around town giving out signs, giving out
The old school way,
pamphlets.
back in my day. We had mixtapes.
That is
Or
a way.
demo.
It's
We
just a
actually
very
did.
It's a very
inefficient way now.
Demo reels were the thing. But well, everybody has demo reels, but we had demo DVDs. Like that was the thing. That was the thing film school was prepping us up for. It was like you had to make the DVD,
You're really showing
DVD
your age,
cover, get it.
Yeah, the
And we had
reel.
Here's our
we had-
demo
yeah.
records.
yeah, we had
Mhm.
we had a little office next to our school that they did prints and they did copies of the DVDs for us. So it's like, you had the artists, the music artists, the rappers and stuff, they had their mixtape and then we had our DVDs to go with it.
That's true. It's so
Yeah.
true. Let's trade. You barter. You want to listen to my mixtape? Yeah, let me listen to your movie. Listen to your movie.
Let's swap and see if we like each
Swap,
other's
yeah.
stuff.
You don't see
All
that
right.
anymore.
Same concept.
That
All
was
right,
the
so
real
some ways
one.
you can promote a film. You can do a limited promotion, like the first so and so many people can get cheaper tickets, or the first 10 people that get this many people to come in can get free tickets. You can do some kind of deal like that. You can do a sale, just a general sale. You can do a competition, a contest, or a sweepstakes. You can a lot more. I mean, you can get influencers to help promote it, to market it. You can do viral marketing. You can try to put effort into trying to get something that's going to go viral online and get your community to share it. You can
Like stage a public event could also be virtual events and
publicity event. Yeah.
Yeah.
You could you have to like personalize it to the film, like how Smile did, where they hired actors just to go smile really wide and creepily in crowds and sit
Just so
around the audience just because they knew that could capture people's attention.
Which would hurt because
And then
that's
it's
a
like,
long time, and it kind of hurts your mouth after a while. You like start like to like your starts trembling and stuff.
right. But yeah, you make it unique to your film so that it kind of relates to your film in some way. And that can be online or that can be out in public. You could billboards, promotional tie-ins with some kind of company. Oh, we're doing a movie about cars. We're gonna get this car
Honestly, I feel like
oil company or whatever
I feel like today
tie in
with
with us.
the whole like small attention spans, personalized marketing is the best way to go. Take what your film is about, and other than regular marketing, which is have a good.
I would say
trailer.
varied. It doesn't matter if you should put more effort into one, but I would say you still need a varied, different.
I'm not saying like the only way to go. I'm just
Mhm.
saying that like have that as an aspect of your marketing
Oh yeah, definitely.
because it's so like people love a good gimmick. Like something going viral. These things that go viral is because they have like a little gimmick to them, right? So
Yeah. But that's only for viral marketing. See, so if you're not trying to go viral, you're just doing it to advertise your film. You're just doing it
if you're
to
trying to do viral. To go viral, you're still catching a big audience.
not necessarily because it. Well, yeah, if you're personalizing it and you have to
I guess
promote it in the right way.
Because if it's
You have to get it to your target audience more than have it personalized to your film.
Yeah, because if it's let's say a car thing, well, not every person looking for a car is going to want to watch a movie. So
Right, but if you have enough money, you can definitely go that route.
yeah,
The other way is like billboards, signs, buses, just advertising out in the world, which will cost like
Public word of
money to
mouth, yeah.
print. Social media, using social media to help market your film. Using a website. What else? Newsletters, if you already
hashtags. We
have
talked about those.
right, hashtags and keywords to help get your content seen.
Mhm.
All right, you got anything else?
I think that's it. I'm reading through it to see if there's anything,
Yeah.
But basically, you covered like obviously there's a bunch of like detailed thing. It really varies from like depending on your film and depending on your market.
Your target audience.
Yeah, your target audience. So there's no like one size fits all for marketing. That was a note that was in a lot of the stuff we were on the syllabus. Was there's like some people were like some articles were like very vague and very generic in the way of marketing. And others were very honest and like there's no foolproof way of marketing your project because every project's different and there's going to be different aspects to every project.
Yep, because it depends on your project and it depends on who you're trying to market it to.
Yeah.
So
But the basics, I think.
also it depends on what's coming out now. Now the newest technology out is pretty much like NFTs and AI stuff, like AI art. And so if you want to take advantage of the newest technologies, you might do that, but there's always going to be something newer as you go. So you could utilize that depending on if it matches the film or not.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah,
This one. Oh, go ahead.
I was watching a clip on YouTube. This was the AI clip. I think they were they were showing some model. I think it was Japanese model or somewhere. And that, and that model was speaking, this person was speaking to the audience and that model was standing next to him. And this was an AI model. And she was looking around the room and just like, assistant or somebody who's standing next to someone speaking would be doing. And that model had expression. Her face was like human face, pretty much. I don't know if it was it was not a holograph, but it was more like a regular robotic person, because you could
see their hand, which was mostly like a skeleton hand, like the all steel hand, and that was the only thing which was not covered. If it was not there, then you would not have expected. You would have mistaken easily as a human being. But the expression and the facial movement was so mimicking the human being that it was very difficult to figure out that was not a human, not a human being, but AI kind of thing. So AI has a lot of stuff going on there, with respect to expressions and the movement as such. It's amazing that future, it's going to be. It's just a whole bunch of potential.
You won't be able to distinguish them among us.
Right.
And here comes Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, that is so interesting.
Yeah, no, but so there's always going to be something like that, or there's going to be advancements in that you might be able to utilize depending on the film and depending on what's available to you. So always be on the lookout for the newest stuff.
Like we talked about, the social media that's popular now.
Because I'm sorry, I need to cut you off, but the other thing about it is when a technology is new, not everyone is using it. And so if you are utilizing it correctly and it actually helps your marketing, that will further differentiate and enhance your marketing because you're one of the first to use this new thing. So go ahead, man.
No, I was saying that even with social media, it's such a blanket statement like, oh, social media marketing. There are different types of social media. There are different types of audiences for different types of social media. And the social media that's popular now might not be popular 5-10 years from now. So that's another thing. We have to constantly be evolving and adapting.
Yeah, if you're trying to market on MySpace, you're going to have a pretty hard time. I don't even know if that's a site anymore, honestly. I think it is.
I still have a MySpace.
Oh, there you go. You're going to try to put all your money into marketing on there.
When was the last time you did it?
Like
This morning.
a couple of months ago.
Oh, wow. That's a lot recent.
They're still working. Okay.
Is it?
It's better for music.
Okay.
Oh,
It's
there's
better
no.
for serious music now. Now they're really serious about it. If you're on there, you're really serious about your music.
Gotcha. Okay.
Okay, so they flipped the tone. I was curious on
They flip the tone.
I know the layout had changed a lot because
No,
at first they were trying to make it more like Facebook at first, and then that didn't work. And then I was like, oh, they did something else to it, which makes a lot of sense. Is it? Are they going the corporate route? Are they going?
Yeah, I think you have to pay same thing. Yeah. Not really, but you have to pay a fee for certain services. But which is good. That's what makes it more serious. If you're serious about your music, you'll pay for these services.
So it's more catering to artists in general, which makes a lot of sense because Facebook was kind of ratchet.
It totally did. Yeah, they had to revamp.
They tried to do a million things at once. That's the problem with Facebook. They were trying to do so many things at once. They were trying to be a gaming platform and trying to be a social platform and trying to be. It's just way too much. But okay, yeah, I was curious about that. Like they're kind of like SoundCloud.
Regardless, as I was saying,
if
you're going to use that as a marketing platform, then it's going to be really hard.
It's going to be really.
Now, if your film's about music, then hey, you might actually have a better chance to market.
But like the soundtrack, I would actually put.
I would even say even then, I wouldn't focus my primary marketing on an app that's for music. Like let's say SoundCloud. People promote on SoundCloud. Yeah, it's a very niche audience. Yeah, you'll get people.
No, I mean a film about music, not music itself.
But let's say you're promoting a film about music on SoundCloud or on MySpace, and yeah, you're going to get that niche audience. But I would say you shouldn't put your main focus on that
unless that's where your target audience is.
Yeah, exactly. Unless that's where your target audience is. But even then, don't have that one be the only one. It could be the main one, but don't let it be the only one because it is a niche audience.
Yeah, but don't
Right.
discard it either,
No,
just because
definitely
it's
not.
less.
not. I'm just saying
seen.
balance out.
Yeah.
A lot of people doesn't know it exists yet. Still,
I didn't,
That
honestly, I
part.
didn't. I brought it up because I remember, but
Mhm. I just one day was like, man, where's my? Let me check out my MySpace page. And I'm like, not there. I'm like, what the? So they took down all of my stuff. I had a lot of music up. They took everything down.
Oh, dang.
Yeah, so like, yeah, pretty much. They kicked
Alright.
me out.
All right, moving on. I don't know this one. Do you? Anybody? What is a pre-lap in a script? I totally would for not know this.
Not me.
Crap. Dude.
So in editing, it is a
I knew it was an editing term. I was just trying to remember which.
it's a J cut.
Oh, it's like the oh yeah.
So a pre-lap in a script is dialogue or sound effects that are from the next scene that starts before we cut away from the previous scene. So it's written into the script, basically hard printed that they start speaking or you start hearing the sounds of a beach before the next scene starts. What is a clapperboard, or AKA a slate, used for?
Putting information
Yes.
into your film, information such as scene, take number, roll, all that type of information. And the actual clapper is used to create a high-pitched sound, which is used for syncing the sound later on in post.
Correct. Yep. We're syncing the audio to the video because the cameras, if you have professional cameras, they do not have built-in microphones. So you have to sync the footage up with the sound on this exact spot as best you can. And there's also time code and things like that, but slates are still used even when you have time code to keep track of the scenes for the editor and for honestly for everybody else on production too. Script, the continuity, the script supervisor, they usually keep track of it, but if you're running a slate, it's easier to keep track of which scene and take you're on and everything like that, like Brian's saying. What is the difference between special effects and visual effects?
Visual effects are more, well, special effects are pretty much computer generated or CGI and stuff like that.
Are they
Visual effect. Say
It's
what?
the opposite.
Oh, it's the opposite. Well, one is computer generated mostly, and then the other one is like explosions and squibs and stuff like that. Stuff that they want to try to keep it as realistic as possible to try to, so they'll try their best to replicate it on film as much as they possibly can, or just as much as they can.
Correct. Yeah. So special effects is actually the one that you were saying is it's the ones on set. It's not principal. It's practical effects. Things like fires, things like explosions, things like actual little blood pellet squibs shot at people so it explodes on their shirt. Instead of all that being applied in post-production when it's not actually shot on through the camera's lens, then it's a visual effect that's added later. CGI, any visual effects like the blood splatter just being completely digital, those would be visual effects. On-set stuff would be special effects. How often should you use cut to or other transitions in your script?
Same thing with parentheticals, right?
Yeah.
You sparingly only when necessary, because at the end of the day, there's going to be another person directing it and another cinematographer, and they're going to be choosing the cuts and they're going to be choosing the transitions. And also, there should be context in the script and the scene to be like, oh, there's probably another shot, it's the beginning of another shot here, so it's probably a transition or a cut or whatever.
Yeah, so only really ones that are like integral to the story of the script should be used. Ones that are used just for ones that are just used for like visuals to connect things is usually done not by the script writer, or shouldn't be done by the script writer as much, because that gives less control to the people like the director and the cinematographer and the editor and whoever else are involved in making those decisions. Cut to, a lot of people do this, beginning writers especially, they'll do it too many times. When you have a new scene header, when you have that new scene, it's clear.
Slug line.
Yeah, right, that's what I was trying to say. When you have that new slug line or that new scene header, when you have that new scene, it is clear that there's a cut to that scene. So you don't really need to put the cut to in every single one. It just takes up space in the script, slows it down. What does a PA do? Also, what does PA stand for?
Production assistant.
What was that?
Production assistant.
Correct. What's their job?
Coffee. That's it.
Right.
They just-
Right.
Yeah,
All
that's
the
it.
weird
That's all they
things.
do.
Yeah.
Can you hold that? Can you hold that light bulb? No, just hold it right there.
Yeah.
Good job.
They do a lot.
But
Coffee.
serious things too.
Running back and
whole
forth
spectrum.
and giving people what they need and stuff.
Coffee.
Yeah, I was
Coffee.
a PA for a
They
minute.
do a lot of cardio. That's how to explain it. PAs do a lot of cardio.
Yeah. In the
Coffee.
van, driving the van.
What, bitch?
Coffee needs to be hot, just not coffee.
Really high.
Right. Yeah, so they just do a large variety
Hot
of different
job.
tasks on set. Specifically, Gabe, what you're mentioning is a production assistant, but they're given a title of runner when there's somebody who is driving or taking the car or going to pick up something. And that's depending on how many people you have on set, you might have a specific person just to do that,
Do that.
a runner,
Okay.
to go back and forth. And oh, if we need to go pick up a person, if we need to pick up that actor later, if we need to pick up a prop or a costume or drop it off or whatever, that person will be the one to do it. Otherwise, it just goes to one of the production assistants available. But yeah, they have a large variety of tasks. They pretty much fill any extra role that needs to be filled, or any task that needs to be doing falls on them. If there's no one else to do it. Now, on certain productions, you'll have it where production assistants can't touch certain things. You know, like it starts to get a little more strict with rules of who's can touch what, to make sure that the camera department's responsible for the camera department's things. And so the production assistant can't just go grab a camera and move it somewhere. But on lower budgets, on independent films, it can happen because there's less people to handle everything. So they might just they might be a second assistant camera for a little bit. And then they might go off and do a set designer assistant or something, and then like just work everywhere and kind of do a little bit of everything. On larger sets, they can also be responsible for standing outside of a hot set and making sure nobody's going in while they are filming. Make sure everyone's quiet, everyone knows that filming is happening, and they'll kind of be the guard of that. And they'll also go set up lunch and everything whenever lunch is getting ready to happen. But they'll be the last ones to eat because they have to be treated that way. No, just kidding. No, it makes sense why when you're actually there. It just sounds crappy outside of it. Anyway, I actually have some tips that I wrote. This is all from our first semester. Tips. Read dialogue aloud. So this was when you're writing a script, you want to read it aloud, make sure it sounds natural. It doesn't sound like something somebody wouldn't say. You want to make sure that it sounds like a real person. Use transitions sparingly, use parentheticals sparingly. Keep actions short if you can. Don't have a huge paragraph taking up half the page describing what's going on in the scene, unless the scene has no dialogue, in which case you might do that. But in most scenes, there's going to be a little bit of both. And you want to make sure to keep things brief and to the point. Keep that flow of the scene going. Show, don't tell. Don't have that exposition-y dialogue that explains what's going on. Show their emotion. Don't say, man, I'm feeling really sad right now. Make sure that it's being shown by their actions. I'm so angry. No, have them crunch a cup like Gabe was saying, or throw something, or do whatever. That will show that they're angry rather than them specifically saying it. Add distinct personality to characters. We should know who is speaking without looking at the name. Don't overuse exposition through dialogue. Don't trap yourself in story structure. Don't get so wrapped up in how to structure the story that you forget that you need to write it first. You can always go back and do some edits and do some rewriting to make sure it follows a certain structure. You want to get it down on the page first if you're having writer's block over story structure. Try to follow story structure if you already know how to do it and you can write it out perfectly and it's fine. Then you always want to come up with story structure first. But when you're first starting to write, you definitely want to worry more about writing the story than about making sure that it's in a specific structure and that you're kind of feeling locked in to a certain way of doing things. Drafts and rewrites are going to happen. It's crucial to bettering and layering a story. So don't think that the first draft is perfect and ready to go. Don't get defensive when given notes or feedback. Notes and feedback are good. It's to help improve your product. A script is never finished. It can always be improved further. No matter how good you think it is, somebody somewhere can point out something that can be better. Expand upon notes. What's the note within the note and why didn't they get it? So if you get a note like Brian was saying earlier, where it's, and instead of going, they don't get it, if they say, it felt kind of long, I guess, what they're saying is it was boring. Why was it boring? Maybe you need to cut out a scene. Maybe you need to wrap up the dialogue a bit better in the action and cut things down and make it shorter, or at least make it flow more. Maybe you need it to go, the lines of dialogue to be more rapid and go back and forth quicker. Maybe you just have too many cut tos and too many other things slowing down the script. So look within the feedback that you're given when it's something generic. All right, that was that for the first semester. You're the one talking a lot. Still is looking at me like it's late. What is a log line? We talked about this about 3 times.
Okay, I'll go. Yeah, so the log line is it's the first thing that you see, like if you was to scroll on the television for the television program, those would be like the first the summary, the first summary that you would see. But it would have to grasp the audience in a way that someone would want to watch it. So it's the way that it's constructed has to fit the whole. Oh, okay, here we go. It has to fit where you encompass the theme, the meaning of your film.
Yeah, so it's an over-encompassing 1 to 2 sentence, usually just one sentence, explaining what this film is.
I forgot to say that.
Yeah, no, but you're right otherwise. So that's one use case for it. For the audience, it's less for the audience, it's more for people you're pitching to or for the writer themselves. Some writers will think of the log line before they write a script. So they'll try to, and then they'll go back and rework the log line a bit. That way they make sure to maintain the central theme and feel of the story throughout the script. Other writers will write the script, go back and make a log line after that. And so it can be used for writing, but it can also be used to help pitching, which is why it's been brought up in previous semesters and this most recent one. You need it to be short. You don't want to use character names. You don't want to put any plot twist in there. You want to be sure that you are descriptive, and that you explain like the stakes. You do want to have the character, but you have instead of saying Luke Skywalker, because we don't know who that is, a spirited farm boy. And then, you have a bit of a better idea of that character without hearing some random person's name you've never heard of. But yeah, it states the central conflict, and it's used to help pitch it. It's basically the story explained in one sentence. What is this? Why should I care? What is the main responsibility of a production manager?
He's in charge of ensuring that the production stays on schedule.
Correct. They make sure that the schedule is running smoothly, that they are ahead or spot on with the schedule. And if anything has to be reworked, they're the ones to have to figure out, okay, well, if we shoot 3 more scenes today, then tomorrow, if we shoot 10 pages instead, we can still make this work. If there are any problems that arise that have to delay anything, or, oh, this is taking longer than we thought, now we have to extend tomorrow's hours to longer than what we originally entailed, or whatever. They're also over the budget. So scheduling and budget, they want to make sure that they are under budget or not going over the budget, basically. They work closely with the first assistant camera and the producers, and they make a bunch of different reports, like daily reports and weekly reports, and send those out to whoever needs them about what is the schedule and the budget. How are they doing? What's been spent, how long has been spent doing it, and that kind of thing. What is subtext?
The description.
So subtext is stuff that is
Description.
implied but not specifically stated. Something that's said without words. So like in our most recent example with the with script analysis, it was figuring out that subtext to know what the character's thinking in their head when they're saying something. The text is what they're saying. The context is the scene, like what's happened before this scene, what's happening after it, what's happening in the scene. And the subtext is what's happening under this scene, what's happening in the characters' heads, in the background. How are they feeling? What makes good dialogue? A, it sounds like real conversation, but is more intentional and less wordy. B, shows distinct character personality. C, people not saying exactly how they feel. D, misunderstandings and miscommunications. Or E, all of the above.
All of the above.
Correct. Yeah, you never want your characters, and this is like a new writer thing that I've seen a bunch, and everyone falls victim to it. I have too, where you don't want your characters to say exactly what they're feeling. You don't want everyone to understand exactly what the other person means, because conversation is messy, communication is messy, and things can get misinterpreted in many different ways. And also, you want to read it out loud when you're writing it, or read it out loud when you are reading it. If you got someone else's script, to make sure it sounds like something somebody would say, even if it might be less blabbery than real conversation. What are the main things that are done in pre-production?
Budgeting, script, script
Yep.
analysis, all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You got scheduling, budgeting, location scouting, gathering crew and cast, equipment, props, costumes, wardrobe, production meetings, rehearsals, permits, gathering the finances, deal memos and other documents and releases, set construction, screenwriting, acquiring rights, script analysis, shot lists, shooting scripts, all those different kinds of documents to get the script ready for, to get the production ready for principal photography.
Here's another question. When is enough pre-production? Can you have too much pre-production is the question.
I would say yes, but that only depends on the budget. If it's a lower budget project that is taking like 6 years in pre-production, I would say it's taking way too long. But because, you know, pre-production, you should be getting everything ready to go for production. So other than that, I would say no, because the longer a production takes for pre-production means the more planning they're doing, which means the more ready they'll be when they're actually shooting it. And they're actually figuring everything out before they're just jumping head in.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that. I'm definitely all for pre-production because that's the most overlooked part in a lot of productions. But at the same time, like you had said, like if it's taking a couple years to get through the pre-production process, and the only reason I say that is because like I'd mentioned in previous, is that things change quickly. So you know, if you're spending so much time in pre-production, you know, you might have a location locked down. 6 months later, you might not. So it's kind of like one of those things where it's like you can't stay forever in pre-production. You got to be ready to make moves.
Yeah, right. Like at a certain point, it's kind of just you being afraid to go actually shoot it. So
Yeah.
just waiting, holding off. What should not be in your action description in the script?
Camera movements and camera.
Yep. Camera movements and camera shots, definitely.
Screen direction, camera movements, camera shots, screen directions.
Yep.
Foul language. No, I'm joking.
I mean, it depends on the script. How characters are feeling, non-relevant descriptions, character thoughts, the word we, like Brian said, camera shots, scene descriptions, any of that type of stuff. Well, I guess scene descriptions is, but anything that's going to be done by like the camera department, the director of photography or any of that should be left to the shooting script and shouldn't just be in the action description of the script you write. But I also see, you know, there also should not be characters' thoughts and feelings in the action description. The action description is just describing the action. So it's just, what is that character doing? Or what does this place look like? And that's it.
Yeah, also I think certain sounds. So like you wouldn't, there's really no way of writing a doorbell ring. You would write the doorbell rings and the character responds to it, but you would not write ring or a sound effect or, you know, certain
right.
things.
Ring, ring, ring for a phone.
Yeah, you wouldn't write that type of sound for
Right.
it. Yeah. Or you wouldn't, certain sounds, like you, it's the way you write it. Like if the sound is creating emotion for the character, then you would write oh, the phone rings, the doorbell rings, there's a bang on the door, but you wouldn't write bang like a comic book or anything like that, or a gunshot. You wouldn't write that. You would have to write it a certain way so that the character would react to it. Because the way it was described to me in script writing class was you're writing everything that you see. It's a shoot, like, you're writing for visuals and not really audio.
Mhm.
In a way, it's weird. It's hard the way she explained it. So it's just kind of like, because you know how they say, oh, you can't hear a picture. It's like one of those things.
Yeah, no, I got you.
Like a novel.
Bang bang.
The script is like a
Yeah.
novel.
The two fire at each other. Boom, done.
Mm.
What are the main parts of post-production? Or the main things that happen in post-production?
Editing is
Editing,
one,
that's a very, very important one, yes.
and then distribution, but that's post production. I want to say editing and distribution if we're skipping all the other things, but
Or not, go ahead, go through them.
let's see. Editing, music composing, score, Foley.
Yep,
What's the other one? Special effects are added in there. Color grading is
visual
done to it.
effects. But yeah,
Visual
color
effects.
grading, visual effects. There could be reshoots, ADR, or automated dialogue replacement,
Yeah. ADR.
sound design or sound mixing as well. But I think you said music and stuff, so yeah.
Mhm.
I think you said sound. So yeah.
Yeah, I brought that up.
CGI, if that stuff's in there, then that's going to be finishing in post-production, but probably starting earlier. And there we go. All right, let me see. Some of these questions Priscilla was already asking earlier, so I'm trying to find. Okay, here's a term that has two meanings. What does striking mean on a set? Someone yells striking. Depending on the production you're on, it could be somebody's getting ready to turn on a light or a production set of lights. So they're making sure nobody's looking directly at a light that's turned off because they're getting ready to turn it on, and that can blind somebody. On other sets, it can alternatively mean that you are removing the set pieces from a set. You're deconstructing a set to start up a new set or move it somewhere else. And that way, if that set's not supposed to be broken down and somebody hears, like the script supervisor hears somebody yell striking, they're gonna go, whoa, no, that needs to stay up. We're doing a scene of that tomorrow. When do you call out crossing on a set?
Whenever you're crossing in front of the camera.
Correct. What does 10-1 mean on a set? It's usually used to speak through a radio.
10-1, I think it's asking for radio check or something like that, isn't it?
I have that it means going to the bathroom, so I don't know. I mean, it could be different on different productions, but
Yeah, everybody's radio code is different. I used to have a job where we had radio codes. I think 10-1 is radio check, 10-2 is acknowledge, and then they said 10-100 is supposed to be going to the bathroom, but apparently in the films that is different. I hear different.
right. So I don't, yeah. Like I said, with these terms, like some of them are used differently on each set or depending on what country you're in. So it's very.
Yeah, I know there is no 10-100 on radio codes. It's just one of those made up things we made up for going to the bathroom. But
Mhm.
I think film set might have their own code though, but I thought they were all like the same as far as like the 10 codes go. You have the 10 codes, and then there's like police mainly use 10 codes, but the 10 codes are like a universal thing. Truckers use it, firefighters, they all use like the 10 codes. Military uses it. But then there's like, I think there's like 20 code, and there's something else that police use, like code 1, code 2. It had different codes, but
Gotcha.
I thought the 10 codes were like a universal thing, but I do know like 10-4 is like, kind of like the universal for
Gotcha.
got there. Yeah,
Yeah, acknowledged.
acknowledge. Your 20 is your
Confirmed.
location. 25 is report to my location. I thought,
Brian 1025, that means come over here.
yeah,
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
yeah, but
What is
I'm
a hot brick?
hot brick.
It's another term used on certain productions.
I'm gonna say maybe a light that's still hot, or
It's a walkie-talkie battery.
okay, yeah, that makes sense.
All right, moving on. Semester 2, what is an NDA?
Non-disclosable agreement.
Non-disclosure agreement.
Disclosure.
Yeah. Yep. What is it used for?
So it's an agreement that says what we're talking about, you can't talk to anybody else about or dispense the information.
Yep, exactly. It's used so that the person who is signing on for the movie can't reveal details about the script or their schedule or whatever to any other company or random people, fans, and whatever else. No leaks or secrets revealed. Okay, I am a shot of someone's lips. What kind of shot am I?
Extreme close-up.
Correct. What is the job of a stand-in actor?
To stand in for the main actor for lighting purposes, or maybe just because they can't afford the actor to be there at a certain time for further shots, behind the head shots, all that type of stuff.
Correct. They're there to mimic the movements of the actor in rehearsal for lighting and focus while the actor is either not there or can't be there, or they're in what's called last looks, getting their final makeup touches. What is a talent release form for?
Similar to the non-disclosure agreement, it's a release form between the talent, the actor, or whoever's the subject in question, that they're pretty much allowing the production, the said production, to use their imagery, their likeness, their voice, and their audio recording to whatever the agreement, whatever they agreed upon it for.
Yep. And it's for it's normally used for so that we can use all that stuff that you just mentioned in the movie or in any kind of promotion. So if we want to put your face on the poster, if we want to put your face as the main thing, the main draw of this movie, we can. Because you signed this talent release saying we can. What are the names of the lights used in a 3-point lighting setup?
Key light,
Yep.
fill light, and backlight. 3-point
Correct.
light.
Backlight could also be hair light or crap. I always forget the other one. Halo?
Rim light.
Rim light. That's what it is. Yep. But they're all pretty much a backlight in different spots, but they're still doing the same basic thing. What are some pieces of information you should include on your casting call? Which on Facebook, a lot of people don't.
Date, pay rate, location.
Yes. Yes.
Contact information.
Yep. Name of the project type. who's the director, shoot dates, or of the month, season, when's it going to be filmed, the rates, like you said, and usage, how it will be used. Describe the characters. If it's an audition, the audition due date, email, like you said, the contact information to submit info to, whether it's union or non-union, the location of the project, like you said, sides or prompt. So yeah. Yeah, a lot of the Facebook people don't even say where it is, how long it is. I have a movie I'm planning to do. Does anyone want to get involved? What is a call sheet used for?
So this sheet pretty much it's like a schedule almost. It's like a modified version of a schedule. It has all kinds of it's like a call to sheet, a sheet you go to for information about the day, when lunch is gonna happen, point of contacts, nearest hospital, all that good type of stuff.
Yep. It's knowing where to go, when to be there each day, and what's going to be shot. And also when lunch is and all that other information like you just said.
I would like to add is that it's a sheet to call people to come show up.
Oh yeah, it's telling people who needs to
Roster
be there.
list.
Like the military, right? The military
Like
is
reminding them,
roll call,
hey.
calls they have.
I need this
Yeah.
actor. I need this type of crew.
It's also because you sent all the call sheet the night before, right? So it's also like, hey, don't forget this.
Last
Okay.
minute. I sent it to you at 11:59.
Here's your dummy sheet. Because sometimes they have a call sheet, but then they forget and they're like, oh right, what do I need to again? Or sometimes they'll have like a virtual version, but they'll still send out one through email in case people, don't get the virtual version.
Union rules are basically to send the call sheet X number of hours before. So it cannot be any later than that because they have like the rule of, informing people.
It's good. I feel like that's important.
Yeah, that way they don't know 2 minutes before they have to be there.
Right. It's like you're getting 4 o'clock in the morning when you call
Right.
it is at 8 o'clock.
What is this? Oh man.
There goes.
It also helps you plan out your day, right? Because the location is on there, and so you can plan out your route and that kind of thing.
When you have to wake up to get ready to leave and all that. All right. What is it called? So what camera movement is this? What is it called when you physically move the camera closer to the subject on a track? Doesn't necessarily have to be on a track, but the professional way.
A dolly. Dolly
Dolly.
in.
Dolly in. Yeah, exactly. Dolly in. What is the difference between dollying in and zooming in?
A dolly is a physical movement with the camera. A zoom is the camera stationary and it's a lens movement.
Are those going to look the same?
Similar, but not the same. No.
Yeah, exactly. One of the main things that changes when you do those is the background looks like it's either getting closer to the subject because it's getting more compressed or not. When you're dollying in, that doesn't happen, but when you're zooming in, the background looks more compressed and looks like it's closer to the subject.
Yep, and your depth of field changes as well, or your focal length.
Oh yeah,
On the dolly. The dolly, your focal length changes.
What is a table read for?
Rehearsal, pretty much rehearsal purposes.
Yep,
And
just for reading through the script. You want to keep going?
well, I was just gonna say rehearsal purposes and making sure everybody's on the same page. So you're not flubbering through production, oh, I thought we said, but get all that stuff squared away that day.
Yeah. Feedback, experiment, ask questions, and just read fully through the script with your actors and the director and whoever else comes. Sometimes it can be a full crew, sometimes it's just the director and the actors, depends on the production. This document is a comic book outline of the movie. What is it?
Storyboard.
Boy,
Storyboard, yep. What is the aperture on a camera?
On the camera or the lens?
So yeah, a
Uh,
lens. I was going to say specifically a lens, but I was waiting to see.
It's kind of like an exposure measurement with the lens, or a well, not really a measure.
how wide it opens.
Yeah. So it's like how it's like the measurement with how wide it's open or how small it's closed down. So this the larger the number, the smaller the hole is where the light is coming through to the lens. So the darker it's going to get. It affects the brightness and the background blur, the depth of field. What pros and cons are there in hiring union or non-union actors?
One you follow the rules, another you don't.
You take no risk. The other one is.
That's it. Yeah, that could be true. Can't do guerrilla style with those union guys.
That's gonna get me into a lot of trouble.
Cut that out, right? Take that part out.
Right. Yeah, so you could get more experience, not always, but with union, you could have more experienced actors. They might act a little bit more professional and take it more seriously. They also have more credibility. The cons are they're more expensive, there's more paperwork, work regulation, and rules. With non-union, you could get good actors, but it's a bit harder to find sometimes compared to union, where people are paying to or have already acted in plenty of projects, so they already have some experience at least.
I wish they did that more, like kind of like military style, like and I know I keep bringing the military up because I am in the military, but like, like if you sign up for the military, and really the only thing that's keeping me, or anybody that's joining, the one thing that's keeping everybody keep coming back every day is because of that little piece of paper that they signed. So like I can't quit the military until my contract is up. So I have to abide by it. If I don't, then I have bad credit, and all this other good stuff, depending on the situation, it could be jail time, but if they had it set up like that with union for film, because I had it like the other day, I had a PA not show up, and what am I going to do about it? You know what I'm saying? I can't, I tell him like he doesn't care, like he'll just go work on another film set. Like I can't be like, oh, you'll
But
never
that's
work
like
on this
every
time.
other job, right? Every job you have conditions, like if you don't come to work or if you don't do your job properly. So it is weird that we don't have that in all aspects of production.
Well, yeah,
I guess what Brian's saying is he wishes it was more of like a freelance contract or something.
I wish there was
Yeah.
more. I wish for the union that there was like more repercussions or I'm not even pronouncing that right, but there's more things that more strings attached that keep people
More accountability.
dedicated to it. So like if a person doesn't if a person doesn't show up to set and he's represented by the union, like he'll be kicked out. If I can call a union representative and be like, hey, look, like your guy didn't show up, if you want
That's
to be
true. Yeah, there should be. That makes sense.
yeah, if I'm working with union people, there should be something there that's like,
Especially because you get more like you get benefits, of course, but there are a lot more rules to it too. So I feel like it's only fair that there should be rules on both sides, right? Like
exactly.
Yeah.
Like if I have to go through all these rules to work with SAG actors, but they don't have to follow the same rules. Like I can just, I don't have to work with you, and but there's
Yeah.
still SAG after they screwed me over. You know, like there's no repercussions for anything.
That's probably one of the things I regret the most. Like I'm kind of embarrassed of in the beginning of, not embarrassed, but I feel like it's very hard as far as like unions when we were learning about them. It is very hard because you, from an independent standpoint, you tend to see a lot more of, sometimes you tend to see a lot more of the hardships of it than the positives, because there is a little lack of accountability if they let you down or if something goes wrong. But there are also a lot of positives to working with them as far as recognition. So yeah, it is one of the things that I feel like I learned a lot about throughout this experience. But yeah, I feel like there's always room for improvement, and that is definitely a good idea, Brian. I feel like not to say that we don't get benefits from working with union, of course we do, but I feel like there should be a two-way street as far as responsibility. If we have all these duties and all these responsibilities, you should have duties and responsibilities to us as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like the union is made for the people rather than the companies that are trying to hire them. So that's why they were
That's
like,
because a lot of
screwed
companies,
us."
and that's because a lot of companies screw. There are, you know, and that's fair. Like unions are a thing for a reason, to protect the rights of the people working and all this stuff. And then we run into
I just
issues.
wish there were. I just wish, like
Yeah.
Brian's saying, I wish there were more rules for
So
lower,
usually-
like for different budget levels. Like I know there are.
Yeah.
But I wish there were more.
So
So that
Especially because
there's more leeway for us, so that there's more strict rules for them or something, so that it's easier on the very small independent
Yeah.
projects, because that's
So
very hard.
usually if you have a union project, right? If it's a union project, that means your producer are part of the union, your actors, director is part of the union, the whole project is part of the union. They have to abide by the rules of the union, because if they don't, you know, nobody is going to take them back. So they have to put in that many hours, the union hours, which is more important to them, to keep their union status. Like, you know, SAG actors, from what I heard, was that they have to put in so many hours to be able to be part of that. Because, you know, there is a huge amount of benefits that they get from being part of the union. Besides, you know, getting the gigs, which they get referred to. So that referral process is kind of critical if you are a union, if it's a union project or if it's a non-union project. If it's a non-union project, they give you that right, but at the union rate. They would not work on any other rate besides the union rate. So they follow those rules, but they are not really obligated to a non-union project. They're just doing it for, you know, I guess they just want to do or be part of the project. But union projects, yes, they have to take it seriously, because tomorrow they get reported for not showing up for the call sheet.
And at the end of the day, you are getting more security. Well, yeah. More often than not, you are getting more security with the union than you are with the non-union.
And once you get blacklisted, once you get blacklisted in the union, it's very difficult. From what I heard, it's very difficult to get a job, because they don't get to. Yeah.
I feel like the reality that we need to accept is, like everything, there are pros and cons to everything, and there's never going to be a perfect system. At the end of the day, it's a toss-up, and you're going to have, you know, positives and negatives of both, and it's just a matter of dealing with it. If it's not this union worker that doesn't come in, it's going to be, this non-union worker did this. You know, it's always going to be something. It's just picking your battles, pretty much, at the end of the day.
As an independent filmmaker, you don't really care. You know, you shouldn't really care whether he's coming from a union or not coming from a union. So at the end of the day, is he able to give you the job? Like, for instance, in LA, you know, non-union projects are non-existent. You know, maybe they are done, you know, on a very different indie level, like 4 or 5 people, you know, projects.
I mean,
but
I understand Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you have
I was just gonna say, I understand caring because you would have, like, oh, I'm working with this union person, so I get more recognition. So I can say it's a union, someone from the union that I'm working with, and I'm working with all of these regulations and stuff. So hopefully it turns out.
Yeah. No, definitely you're getting benefits from them because they
Yeah.
have worked on so many projects, so they know exactly. Like for instance, a person who's part of the union and he's maybe a grip or something or a gaffer, right? He knows exactly how to go about doing business, right? Because he's gone through so many different sets and also gone through the union training. These unions have training,
Yeah.
which they give on a very consistent basis, which the union members have to attend, so many amount of training. So all that is comes with the fact that they are part of the union, but there may be other people who may not be member of the union, but they have been on the sets as a temps or something, right, as a PA, and they may be aware of the union rules, but they're not part of the, because the thing union, to become a member of the union, you have to have a certain number of hours to put in an independent film, before they can be accepted as a union member or a non-union or a union project. So there are
Well, then
certain.
well, I guess you do work out of state, right? Because I was going to say, how does that work then? If in California, like most non-union jobs are almost non-existent, but you have to have a certain amount of independent credits in order to be part of a union. So I guess you would work out of state then.
So no, there are a lot of. So there is a big.
Doesn't a union project, you can hire non-union, right? You don't have to hire all union, right? Or
Right,
is it-
right.
Okay.
So,
yeah,
like for
sorry.
instance, a lot of film schools in LA area, they provide you with access to union crew or union actors, right? So there is a whole lot of short films going on in LA area, independently done, and also done through film schools, and also there's a lot of pilots going on, right? So pilots, they do need actors and crew, and that is a very valuable experience, and it's a long duration. I mean, they get bunch of hours, right on the pilot. A lot of pilots are going on, and then the episodic, shows that go on beyond that also. So there's a lot of activity going around there. In fact, I think if you go to Hollywood, you would probably see, it lights up in the nighttime. You would have probably the shows or the production starting around 8 o'clock in the evening and runs through the whole night till 8 o'clock in the morning. So the whole West Hollywood is kind of lit up with all these productions going on when everybody else is sleeping. So there's a lot of activity, non-union and union activity around that time.
Right.
Yeah. So that experience, I think, because the reason why, how I know is that I interacted with a SAG actor who was actually trying to join the union. And he was, saying that he has to get so many hours of acting before he can be accepted. So that's how I know. And he was telling me about all these things that is going on there.
Nice.
It's interesting
Well, yeah,
stuff.
thanks for sharing.
Sure.
I brought the aperture list up here for everyone to look at if you guys forget about the aperture, but that's, what we were talking about earlier. Next question. What is a storyboard used? Oh, so what is a storyboard for?
Brian, I'm eating, so I'm going to let you take over. Continue to take over for a little while, okay?
I mean, I can give the thing out of
I'm eating too.
Oh man!
It's a visual representation of the shots that you would use.
No, for real, I'm
to tell
actually
the story.
eating. I was making myself lunch.
It's used for a visual representation of the shots that you would like to use to tell the story, the angle, the movement, the framing, blocking, and the lens. Like just to get an idea of the shots you want to use in the project whenever you are shooting, so you can set up lighting for it and everything else. What is shutter speed?
The speed and in which the shutter of the camera opens and closes.
Correct. The length of the time the sensor is exposed to the light. Because of that, if it stays open longer, there's more light coming in, but it doesn't capture it as quickly. Whereas if it stays open only for a little bit, less light's going to be coming in, but it's going to capture the shot really quickly. So you can see 1/500th of a second, you capture that runner very crisply. You can see everything. But as you start slowing down the shutter, making it half a second, it's a little blurry from his movements. When you're shooting a video or when you're filming, it can cause stutters with lights and other things depending on what shutter speed you are choosing on the camera. So most of them will stick to double the frame rate, unless you're trying to go for a specific effect in which you will either up or you either make it higher or lower, depending on if you're going for a very specific look or effect. Why is it important for an actor to maintain continuity in a scene?
That's critical. If you let that go, that's critical, because some people are gonna let it go. Whether a real movie, somebody who really watches a movie, that'll turn somebody off if there's no continuity. Like, are you crazy? How did that just get there? That's impossible. So they have a lot of, it's like little moments that you might not think that, somebody doesn't, sees. It could be something so minute, and it'll be like a bummer.
That and editing, it's good for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
When there's no continuity, it drives the editor nuts when it's like every take is different.
Yeah. So yeah, if they're doing, like, let's say we're doing 5 takes of the same scene. If every take the actor is turning their head a different way, then it's going to be really hard to edit it together later, because their head's going to be in a different area when they're saying the line that goes, right, the line that goes right after the previous cut. Is going to be, they're going to be in a different position, or they're going to have their hand up, or they're going to be looking over somewhere else. And so it's going to be hard to edit it together. But like Gabe, you were saying, like, it's also about the performance, making sure that the performance is maintained. Certain scenes, you won't shoot the whole thing in one day. Sometimes you'll have to do pickups, or sometimes you'll have to shoot half of it and then shoot half of it the next day. And if the performance isn't maintained, if now the actor is acting a little, they're not as energetic, or they're not as sluggish, or whatever they were doing the previous time isn't maintained, then that performance isn't going to be maintained, and it's going to feel like it was shot at different days, which you don't want. And it's also for the blocking to stay the same, which would, be for the editing, like we were talking about. What is the difference in a shot list and a storyboard?
Storyboard is mostly pictures or visuals or images. Shot list is a list of shots with words, description of the type of shots, but that's pretty much it. It's just,
Yep, correct. They're both pretty much describing the same stuff. It's just storyboard focuses more on the, like Brian said, visual, and the shot list is more of the technical stuff. What lens are we using? What angle and all of that, compared to drawing it out. You, honey.
Sorry.
Just coming here and burping.
I didn't mean to.
All right. What does ISO affect?
the camera's sensitivity to light.
Correct. So it's the synthetic brightness of an image. The higher the ISO goes, it has more noise, the higher it goes, especially depending on the camera you have. So you don't want to just go into a dark room and up the ISO as far as you can to see stuff. You want to actually bring in lights and lower the ISO and just maybe close the aperture down to get that same darkness. What are an actor's marks for?
So for blocking purposes, so that they know, walk to the middle of the room, stop, turn, stuff like that.
Exactly. Yep. It's to make sure that the actor is in frame, they stop, and they're in focus, because the focus will be either set to a specific thing or ready to adjust to a specific thing. So it's so that they stop in a specific spot. They're not walking out of frame. They're not walking out or into focus before they're supposed to.
The last production I was on, one of the directors had a bag of metal T-shaped markings that were used for blocking. I thought that was pretty cool. That was the first time I seen those. Normally everybody just uses gaff tape to mark everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of the metal ones for like outdoors, especially because you can't really tape grass as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So those are pretty nifty.
What is a DOOD report and what is it for? Dude. Dude.
A DOD report, and it's reporting dudes.
So it is a.
Thanks.
Oh, you what? You know what?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No.
You just said it.
No, it's too late now. Go ahead. Say it.
She said something. What'd she say? What? Say it again. I don't know if you said it right. Let me see it.
Day out of days report.
Boom, you got it. What is it?
It's a daily report.
New. It shows which
Yeah,
days.
Oh, right.
It shows which days and how many total each actor will be needed.
Yeah, I remembered it as soon as.
So
I
it's
saw
like
it.
it's sent to each actor and it's made sure that whoever has it, they just keep track of the actors. It's kind of like, it's shooting schedule, but it's more specific to just the actors, like a calendar with a person's name in each spot and stuff like that.
So it is a dude report. How many dudes, how many
How many
days
dudes we need?
these dudes are going to be shooting? What about the females, the dudettes? How many?
I just.
What is the most common frame rate for film?
24 frames.
24, yes. Or 23.976. Yeah.
Yep.
Want to be really technical.
Well, you can actually set cameras to exactly 24, but most of them actually run at 23.976. So I would just make that distinction because generally speaking, you want it to be 23.976 unless you know that you need it at 24 exactly. Because now cameras can do both, but 24 I think is used for like very specific things. And the confusing part comes in when most cameras call it 24 frames when they really mean 23.976 anyway. So
Well,
if there's no, I would say if there's no option for 24 frames pure, then you should be fine using 24 frames.
That's what, DSLRs originally, that was the whole thing coming up in film school. Because, I came up during the DSLR revolution, and that was the biggest thing, like why a lot of, especially my teachers were like against it because it's not true 24. And we're like, what are you talking about? Because, when you're new or when you're green, you don't really see the difference and all that stuff, but they've been doing it for so long. So they can tell, they can tell you what shutter speed you shot at, what frame rate you shot at, what color, everything. They can tell you that just by looking at the,
Yeah.
And their whole biggest thing was, the DSLRs, when they first were introduced, they weren't true 24. And it was like the whole thing, the 24, and then what was the other thing? 1080p was like an illusion. It wasn't real straight up 24 1080p. It was like something that's like, it looks like it's 1080p, but in actuality, it's really like a lower grade,
Yeah. It's like
but
now
everything's
technically exactly the right one.
Yeah, everything is legit now.
Yeah.
And then, I've been doing it for a while. And the 24, it does have a more of a filmic look, if that means anything. Not to say that, shooting at the 23.9 is, going to be like end all be all, not to say that it doesn't belong on television or anything like that or in movie theaters. Just I do notice like there's like a subtlety there, which
Yeah.
but still, like, I'm not, oh, you gotta shoot at 24, but no, I noticed like a slight
True
thing,
24, I'm out.
just in the softness and the movement it has. But other than that, like, I'm not gonna like, oh, you didn't shoot at 20. I'm not that guy.
Right. And I think honestly, like I said, I think the only time you shoot at true 24 is when it's very specific now. It's requested because most things actually shoot at the 23.976. So
Yeah.
So most things are set up for that. And I think like if you're trying to get on streaming services and you have a true 24 frames per second, you're gonna have to convert it to 23.976 anyway. So
Yeah.
it's very technical.
You got to pay attention in the editor too, because like the editor will automatically have the presets to that. All right, gotcha.
Right. Yeah. No. It's true 24. So there's a lot of technical stuff that goes with trying to shoot it at true 24, but it is done and cameras can use. I know the Canon C300 I have the Mark I, and it's able to do it. So I know
And
there's
it
tons of
actually
iterations
does,
have come since then.
it actually does make a difference because so like I'm editing a project now, and the guy shot it at 23.9, and I have my project settings at 24, and I noticed it in a render because like there'll be like a small blip of black because the frame isn't there, and I'm like, why does it keep? I was killing myself trying to figure out like why I kept. I was like, oh, it's that he recorded it because he recorded it on a Canon, and those are like infamous for that. So I was like, oh, that's why that drop frame was there, because it was trying to make up for the it didn't make up for the missing
For the
frame.
point
Or that 1.2,
4 or whatever. Yeah. So eventually it equals a frame.
yeah. So like every now and then, like it's hard to see it, but like every now and then, if you don't blink, you'll see it. Like, oh, there it is. Like,
Right. Yeah. All right, next question. This form is used to secure a location for shooting.
location release form.
Boom, you got it. What's the difference in a gimbal and a Steadicam?
A gimbal is more or less a combination or a manifold with I'm being real technical about it, but it's a manifold with multiple gears used to steady the camera in position or keep it level in the float and stuff. A Steadicam is like a similar device, but it's more attached to your body.
Correct.
So
Yep.
Steadicam is like
So in this picture, in this image, the left is the Steadicam and the right is the gimbal. And there's different kinds of gimbals. Some are bigger and more bulky than that. Some even have like a backpack kind of suit thing that you can put on yourself, but they are still not the exact same as a Steadicam.
Yeah, and sometimes like some of them are a combination of both, where it's like a Steadicam with the gimbal attached to it. But the whole point of the Steadicam is supposed to be like there's that balancing combination with the arm, and then your body is supposed to help like balance everything out and stuff like that. And the gimbal is, and now that I have a gimbal, the one on the right looks like it's the easier, but it's actually not.
Right, because there's no like support. You have to hold your arms really steady, and it's still a lot of. You can definitely capture your foot. You're like when you walk, if you don't do it right.
That thing actually puts on a lot of. It's like I have mine. I've talked about mine before, but and it's crazy because those things are like built for like the smaller mirrorless cameras. So the camera itself is like under a pound. The camera doesn't even weigh, but the lens. Once you put the lens on there, it's like a good 5 pounds altogether. And then the
pulling it
actual
forward.
device. Yeah.
It's like with
Yeah, like I think I tried to wait. I think it's like with the gimbal, with my lens, the follow focus, and all that stuff attached to it. It's a good 15 pounds, but then like if I get a monitor for it, that's gonna bump it up to like almost 20 pounds. So just
Right.
holding it for like more than a minute, it's like, oh God, I gotta put it
It's
down.
like holding a baby out and just holding it steady.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So in actuality, like the guy on the left, it looks like he's like struggling, but actuality, he's way more comfortable than the guy on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has a backpack.
Both can get very uncomfortable for extended use, and the
Okay.
Steadicam as well you want to make sure you can put it. It's hard to get out of to put down somewhere since it's so bulky, but when you do, you just like finally get that weight off you. Whereas a gimbal, you can set it down in more spots, I guess. But yeah, with a gimbal, you have to hold it. It's all your arms. You're steadying it with your arms. There's a reason why his muscles are flexing while he's holding it, and the other guy too. But you can see this guy with his muscles are flexing more on his arms because he's holding that thing steady as hard as he can, and he's holding it out away from his body in certain shots. So it's not as easy as you think.
On Steadicam, I think when they shoot that particular scene, they will bring him in, to do the shoot. But I've seen this guy on the football games. This guy is going around with a Steadicam, and that's like,
Oh wow.
About
That
2-3
is some practice right there. It's got no, I've seen them too. And I always wonder, like, how the hell do you do that? I feel like I would trip or
Well, not just that, but just like it's
like
heavy.
no, that's what I'm saying. I would trip or I would just fall over and break my back at some point because it just looks so heavy.
Back and just start cracking.
Yeah,
It's not as bad.
3 hours of
Have you worn one, Brian?
Huh?
Have you worn one?
Yeah, like my cinematography teacher, he was like all into that stuff. Like we did a project with film, 16mm film, and then he brought in his Steadicam for us to try it on. And then of course I know a couple guys with it. And one of my buddies, he actually moved it because there's actually certifications for it. Like you can go to class and get certified for it and become a licensed Steadicam.
Steadicam certification, definitely.
Yeah,
I knew that there were like courses and stuff, but I didn't know do you need the certification? Because I thought that would make sense.
Yeah, it's a
Heavy
certification.
machinery, right? So that makes sense.
You don't need it. Like if you want to buy one and do your own stuff, sure. But like if you want to be like legit, you know how they have like drone operator pilot licenses and stuff for drone operator. It's kind of like that. So like if you want to go into business for it, it's like a specialty. So you want to go, and it's one of those things that kind of like solidifies you. Like, oh, looking for a Steadicam operator. Well, you have your certification. So like regardless of how good you actually are, that's gonna kind of like
really complicated.
There can be somebody better that doesn't have certification, but you're still gonna go with the guy who's certified because on his resume it just looks like he's better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense because it is, like I said, heavy machinery. So it makes
All right, here's the one I was trying to figure out earlier. What is a COI form? You want the answer? You think you got it?
Yeah.
Certificate of insurance.
it is what I thought.
So that's the proof of insurance
no.
name I was trying to think of.
Yeah,
Really.
that one.
Yeah. So when you get production insurance, you need to make sure you have your certificate of insurance with you when you're trying to make any kind of deal with anybody, location, whatever, so that they know that you have proof of insurance. All right, what camera angle can you use to make your character look more intimidating?
Standing up.
What was that?
Panning up. The person standing up.
What camera angle, not camera movement?
Oh.
Low angle.
High angle. Let's see to make it. Wait, is it high angle or low angle? Now I'm curious. I might have written down the wrong
Low
thing.
angle.
I think you're right.
You're looking up.
Yeah.
Oh, shooting up.
You're right. It is low angle.
Yeah.
I wrote down the wrong one.
I was gonna say.
All the way back there. Yeah, low angle because then you're going from underneath them. They look bigger, they look taller, they look more intimidating. My bad.
High angle is more God's view, so you're at the mercy of the God.
What type of camera movement orbits around the subject?
An arc.
Correct. An arc shot. I don't know if I could see an example, but
A lot of music videos.
arc
use
shot,
that
and then the 360 tracking shot is when it goes all the way around. Arcing shot could be this.
Lot of action shots, right? Gets arc.
Yeah. Yep. And a lot of like, you've seen it a bunch in Avengers. They go around everybody a bunch.
Mhm.
Other scenes will do it if there's like different things happening in separate rooms, and they'll go through the rooms in like a really wide arcing shot around the whole thing. But it's kind of like this. The subjects are in the middle and then you arc around it, or you do a whole 360 going all the way around. Even though this is talking about 180 degree. All right. Well, what is the 180 degree rule?
So the 180-degree
Oh.
rule establishes positions of your two subjects of interest. So it's pretty much keeping, because your TV is, 16:9 flat, you don't have that fourth dimension, you know what I mean? So the 180-degree rule means 180 degrees. You have to stay on one side. So you place a line and you make sure that the character on the right has to stay on the right, the character on the left has to stay on the left. So whichever side you pick, you have to stay there. So looking at that picture there, you have the red side and you have the green side. So if you start on the red side, you have to stay on that side of the room. You cannot go on to the green side, because if you do, you will be swapping characters from
Correct.
left to right, which is jarring to the viewer.
Yes, definitely. So you can see in this picture, like he's saying, in the green side, you can put the camera anywhere you want on this green side, and the person in orange is going to appear on the left side of screen, and the person in blue is going to appear on the right side of screen. If you go to a camera over here and you cut to it, and you're shooting from over on this side, now all of a sudden the person in blue is on the left side of screen, and the person in orange is on the right side. They flip positions. So if you do that and you're getting footage from this side of the room and then you're getting footage from that side of the room, you are going to make these guys look like they are what is it called? That they're blooping from one side to the other. And it's going to be confusing and jarring.
Teleporting from one side.
Teleporting is what I'm looking for. Thank you. Now, if you have the camera in one take, you're going from one side to the other. You also have to maintain that 180-degree rule. If we took this camera and we're doing one shot that we know we're going to keep, and we're going from this corner and we're shooting past this guy behind the orange guy's head, and then going on this side of the room, now we need to make sure all shots after that are on this side of the room, or the same problem will happen. Because now we've seen in the camera that these people have swapped positions since the camera went to the other side of the room in one take. So yeah, it can get very confusing if you do movements like that, which is usually why it's better to stay on 180 degrees. But that doesn't mean you can't move the camera over to the other side of the room in one take. It just means you don't want to cut to a camera on the other side. All right, going along with that, what is the 30-degree rule?
Similar to that, it's a little bit different. It's like different. I said similar to that, but it's pretty much it's pretty much making sure that going from one shot to the next, that they're not similar. So you want to keep the cameras at a fair distance going from one shot to the next. Like, let's say going from one angle of a subject, it's like a bus shot from the shoulder up, and then moving the camera slightly over a little bit more to the left or to the right, where you know, it's kind of like it just doesn't make any sense to have that angle because it's not really, you know,
Different
changing.
enough. Right? Hello?
He's gone.
I think he is gone.
Yes?
Can you guys hear us?
Oh, no, he's here.
I can hear you.
Oh, you cut
think it
off, I
was just a
think.
signal. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's weird. But it's just pretty much ensuring that you don't repeat shots in or do a shot that's like slightly angled different, but it just doesn't make any sense to have it because it's not doing anything. So it just looks like a pop cut instead of a
Right. Yep, exactly. It's making sure the camera's at least 30 degrees apart so that it's enough of a different shot that it's not going to look weird cutting to it. If we did a shot like with this guy with him looking at the camera like that, and then we move like 1 degree over to the right and we dolly in a little bit, it's just going to look like it's just going to be more jarring than it would be if we cut to then this or something a little bit less drastic, 30 degrees of a difference. It's just to make sure that, like Brian said, the shots are different looking enough to where it having a cut makes sense. And it's not just there to, it's not going to be jarring or weird or amateur looking. What is the difference in hard light and soft light?
hard light is more. I'm going to say hard light is more directional. That really doesn't help describe it. Hard light is more directional. Soft light is more soft around the edges. More or less the concentration of how the light hits the subject. That's the way I want it. How the light hits the subject, the concentration of it. So if it's hard, it's going to beam into a person's face. If it's soft, it'll hit a person and spread, you know, the contrast. That's the biggest difference. Contrast.
Yeah, correct. So it's like you can see on this image, the left is hard lighting and the right is soft lighting. Like Brian was saying, the left, it's a lot more drastic going from the bright to the darks, and there's a lot more shadows. Whereas the soft lighting, it's kind of wrapping around the subject more. It looks a lot softer on him. The bright, it's really like harsh on his skin over here, but it's very dark over there. You can't even tell that there's light there. So hard light creates harsh shadows and usually has a larger range from the dark and bright spots of the image. So there's like a lot more stops of light difference between the one part of the image to the other. Whereas soft light wraps around the subject, making a smoother look with less defined shadows. I think Vish got kicked out. I wonder if it's just like with us or something, because everybody keeps like
I think
popping out or
it might
coming
be
in.
an issue with us.
Which two kinds of mics are most often used for location sound on set?
Shotgun mic and your ribbon mic.
Ribbon mic. Is that lavalier?
Yeah, aka lavalier.
Okay, cool. Yep. Are lav mics omnidirectional, bidirectional, or directional?
Omnidirectional.
Correct. Omnidirectional means they're picking up sound from all angles. And that's why you can put them upside down or you can put them straight up and they're going to pretty much capture the same sound, or sideways. Oh, well, that was the next question. What does that mean? I answered it.
You answered yourself.
What about shotgun mics? Are they omnidirectional, directional, or bidirectional?
Direction.
Correct. What does that mean?
That they're designed to capture sounds from a specific direction. Specifically, whatever you point at, it's designed to pick up sound from directly in front of it, or whatever it's being aimed at.
Correct. Are lavs or shotgun mics better at resisting wind noise?
Are they better at resisting? wind noise, or what's that the question, or which one is better? Is that what you're asking?
Which one is better?
I want to say the shotgun mic. Shotgun mic.
It's actually lavalier mic. I was surprised by that too. But yeah, apparently lavalier mics are better at resisting wind noise than shotgun mics. I don't necessarily know the reason, the science behind it, but
I guess they're assuming that it's going to be attached to a person, so that the body is being used to block the wind from one side, as opposed to a naked microphone.
I think it's also with how shotgun mics work, where it's like, where like the shotgun mic, it picks up noise from both sides, but it does it in a way that cancels it out so that it only picks up noise from the front, really. And if you have wind coming from one direction, that might throw it off, maybe.
So
Yeah.
shotgun.
Go ahead.
So shotgun mic may be less protective of the wind because it's in the open, right? And the labs are close to the chest, and the wind is protected in some ways than the shotgun. So shotgun, when you're holding it right on top, right, of the camera, or maybe on the boom pole, and that makes it, unless you're using a blimp to cover it up, it's as good as having a naked mic, basically trying to pick up everything it's coming across.
Right.
Yeah, I said something similar. Also, maybe it could also have something to do with the actual shape of the shotgun, like it's got that conical shape to it.
Maybe because it's also actually bigger, so it catches more wind. I don't know. There's probably multiple reasons, but like I said, I don't really know the specifics of why. It just is the way it is. What should you look for when location scouting or doing a tech scout?
What are the things to look for, or
Yeah.
all kinds of things, like parking. One.
Yep.
Windows are at the location if you're shooting indoor. How many outlets if you're shooting indoor? If you're shooting outdoor, what's the traffic patterns looking like? Are a lot of people going to be there? Trees. Where are the trees going to be looking like? Where's the sun going to be coming from? What is it going to look like at specific times of the day? Busyness, police, if there's going to be police around, because you think you're going to be needing permits and all that good stuff. Highways, traffic noise, is it a noisy place? Is it a quiet place? All that type of stuff.
Yeah, good. You list off most of the stuff that I have. I think does it match the story? Does it have enough room to set up and forecast and crew? Parking, electricity, or do you need generators? Does it have bathrooms? Is it noisy with foot traffic, airplanes, trains, noisy neighbors, bus stations, construction, or whatever else? Any area that you won't be able to show? Are there any logos, stuff that doesn't match, or whatever that you're going to only be able to show one part of the location? Weather in the area if you're outdoors. Sun, like you said, and what locations look like at different times of day. We already said that one. What are our techniques to soften light?
Diffusion.
Yep.
So diffusion consists of taking some kind of material, placing it in front of the light source to diffuse it a specific way. It could be a white cloth, a diffusion paper, or some kind of, ND or whatever diffusion.
Plastics or something like that.
Or what you could do, which is also another technique, is you could use the bouncing effect, which would be you would angle the light in a different direction and bounce it off of something else, like a whiteboard or something. That's also a diffusion method as well. But
So you can see those boards that'd be bounce lighting. The light's coming from here. It's bouncing off the board and going into the subject. That would make it softer. Like you said, diffusion, like shooting it through a material, kind of like this white material. There's also plasticky looking material that you can use. Shoot through that. That'll make it softer. Yeah. To make it softer, you can also bring the light closer to the subject. The closer it is, the bigger the light source will seem. And the bigger the light source is, the softer it will be on the subject. However, the closer you bring it, the harsher the shadow will cast on the other side of wherever the light's pointing. So you have to keep that in mind. Yeah, and then just using a larger source. If you have a bigger light, using that bigger light can help make the light softer as well.
I seen a video about, it's like a behind the scenes of this one cinematographer and his lighting method, and his main thing, which his one of his tricks were he always he had, wasn't his key light, but whatever room he was going to be in, he started off by bouncing a light off of something. So it would be like he would place like whiteboards on the ground and then take a couple lights and just bounce the lights off of those boards from the ground up into the ceiling. And he said it would kind of like flood the room up with light and then start his lighting process. I'm not sure if you've seen that guy or heard that guy. I've been looking all over for it, but
I might have. I think I've seen that technique used. It's kind of like, because they're bounced, like double bouncing. I can't remember the specific name, but bouncing it off a board up into the ceiling to bounce it back down into the room is a technique. I just don't remember the exact name.
yeah, and he's not using them as a primary source of light. It's like he just uses it as like a filler. So it's like I only need like a key, and then everything else is just like, coming from the bounced light. Like I'll flood the room out, so like he won't need any background lights. A lot of times, most of the times I'll just need a backlight and a key, and then that's about it. And everything else is just kind of like softly lit with the bounce or whatever he does.
Right.
I just found it interesting. I was like, just curious.
Yeah. What are practicals in lighting?
Practical lights are lights that are pretty much not really used to light anything, but can be. But their main purpose is that they are part of the set.
Correct. They are something that you will see in the actual frame. They also go into what this is. What is motivated light?
Motivated light, similar, well, it's not similar to it, but motivated light gives you an excuse to put a light on a subject. So if the idea is you have a window that's like slightly either going to be in the scene that kind of explains where a light would be coming from, or you could find a way to have the window in frame some kind of way. But it's pretty much giving an explanation as to where lights are coming from. So like if you have like if you're rimming a character and you have like a rim on your character's, around their neck and around the back of their head, and it's red, you need something that explains where that red light is coming from. So lots of times you'll see like the characters at a bar, and you'll see like the red, neon light. So that gives the cinematographer a reason to use colors, in their lighting setup, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. It's this light that seems to be coming from either a source, like the practicals. So if it's a lamp, those lamps aren't bright enough to actually light up the actor. And so you have to bring in an actual light, but you can use that lamp as an excuse for why the actor has that color of light on their skin from that side of the room. And that's where the motivation comes from. Or it could be something like a source like the moon, the sun, a window, like you said, normal house lights. Unmotivated light has no reason to be there and seems to come out of nowhere. Motivated light, you kind of give it an excuse as to why it's there. There's a fire over there. That's why they have this orange light on them. There's a window. There's the house light above them. whatever. What does ADR stand for?
Audio dialogue replacement.
Close. Automated dialogue replacement.
I always get that one mixed up, right? It's always,
Yeah, because it's not really automated, so it's just because the old way was super harder. Yeah. What is it used for?
it's used to replace audio when it sounds like too corrupted by noise or whatever, right?
Yep.
Or for whatever.
It's used to replace sound that isn't working in post-production. If you had a noisy set, but you still had to shoot the scene there, then you're going to do ADR to re-record the actor's dialogue. Hopefully they do give a good performance, and then you can place it over the scene.
So let me ask another question in addition to that.
All right, yeah.
Do you recommend the director be present for the ADR?
Yes, I think it is important for them to be there to direct them the way, because they saw how they performed, they know how to get them to perform that way, and I think it's important for them to be there to try to get them to perform that way again.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, lots of times I think there's a whole another department, like you know how they have second unit director, they'll have you know, somebody else is kind of like in charge of that for the most part, but it is ideal for the actual director to be there to get, because ADR is a whole nother art form in itself, because I've done ADR and we get there
hard. It's very hard.
the actors, they change up because you know one scene they're outside in the elements, and then during the ADR they're in the studio, so it possesses them to act a little bit differently, but you know it is a thing, like you know the director should be there for the ADR, in my opinion.
Yeah, the main problems with ADR are, like you just said, it is not the real space anymore, or not the space they were used to when they were in the performance. They don't have sometimes the director there, and they sometimes aren't really like, they're out of this character for a while, and now they have to come back to it when they were rehearsing for it and getting ready for it and shooting every day until it was done. Now they had maybe a few weeks off or whatever until they have to come back to do ADR. So, you know, that's a bit of a thing. And matching their previous performance, or matching their lip movement or their speed or their tone or whatever it has to be, pretty much everything. Trying to match it as well as you can is really hard to do because it's not natural.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, they'll either, you either overact trying to perform it right, or you underact because you just feel different in the moment.
Yeah. So like you become a voice actor if you're an actor. And then I saw this one, I saw the one behind the scenes with who's the guy that played Wolverine? Hugh Jackman.
Oh, he did really good in his, yeah.
Yeah.
He was like running around, he was doing everything.
I was kind of surprised because I mean you do need that in order to make it feel realistic, and also in order to.
With a voice actor though, voice acting usually happens before the animation, so they match the animation to the voice rather than trying to match unless you're dubbing, then you have to kind of you have to match it to the animation. But other than that, it's you just say things, you know, you're voice acting, and then they match your performance of the voice to the character with the animation. So, all right, next question. What is a walla track in sound?
A wild track?
A walla, W-A-L-L-A.
I heard it wild too. I was like, what?
There is wild tracks.
No, I know, I remember.
Well, that's new to me. I don't know.
A walla track is the murmur of crowd sounds or other crowd noises for the project, often recorded in post-production.
Close.
If you're going to record a walla track, you're getting a big crowd to just be like, woo. They're not really talking or saying anything on set, they're just kind of miming. So you bring in a crowd of people that make it sound like they're at a dinner party or wherever the scene may be. What is the CRI rating on light?
I don't necessarily know the acronym. Something to do with color. Color. It's the true. So when a light hits a subject, the actual colors being broadcasted off the light can actually change or alter the actual true color of the actual subject. So it's pretty much an accuracy measurement for a light fixture.
Correct. It is the color rendering index. It's a scale used to demonstrate how accurate a light can portray color compared to the sun. And you know, some lights, especially the cheaper ones, they might have a bit more green hue or yellow or magenta. And so they won't look natural, and you have to kind of adjust them either in post or on set with gels and things to get them to look natural.
Yeah, I mean that's nowadays a lot. Even the cheaper ones are pretty accurate nowadays. But back in the day, oh my gosh, those
Especially when LED first started coming out, they were pretty ugly.
and stuff like that. And then it was a mixture of the greens and then the DSLRs. The DSLRs had this weird green pixelation in certain areas of the skin tone. It was hard to see, but I could see it, and I was like, "Dude, why does it look?" But it wasn't really, the untrained eye. They didn't really pay attention to. But that was one of the things like a lot of people get picked on for shooting their film on DSLR. It's like, oh, you can see the green mugginess. There's that, but a lot of them, like this whole thing is like we live in a good time because now like a lot of the cheaper lights are pretty accurate. I'm not going to say spot on, but they're pretty accurate now, or more closer to it.
Definitely better than they were even a few years ago.
But I will say on the color spectrums, you have red, blue, green. You have true red. You have true green. You have true blue. Those are the most annoying colors, not to light, but to color grade. So like I'm color grading this project now, and this lady is wearing this red hoodie, and it's like true red. It's not like a dark red or an off red. It's true red, and it's annoying as because once you bring the saturation back, the luminance. It starts to glow, and getting that red to it becomes like it starts glowing in the picture. It's not like, it's not an oversaturation, but it's just like it's the luminance of like these colors, specifically these three natural colors, blue, green, and pure red. Those are really hard to color grade. And that goes back into wardrobe, knowing if you're on a bigger set, they know not to use those colors. Just like you see, if you've noticed, like the new Superman movies, Superman's suit is like a darker blue. The reds are almost brown. The boots are almost brown, as opposed to the Christopher Reeve, which if you saw his outfit, that was hell. That was hell to color grade because those are the three worst colors. Well, see, he's got yellow. Yellow's not too bad, but yeah. So just keep that in mind too, that those three true valued colors are you want to try to keep those out of your set and off your wardrobe and stuff like that because they stand out like a sore thumb.
All right, interesting. For CRI, the higher the number, the more accurate it is too. Might as well. You can see that in the picture. This apple looks a lot more natural in the left than it does on the right. What is catch light?
A catch light refers to the light that is being caught in your subject's eyes. So a reflection. Catch lights are also a cinematographer's signature because it pretty much can expose your lighting setup in a good way. Sunglasses do it in a bad way, but
yeah, the lights that you're using on the subject will be able to be seen the shape of the light in their eyes. If it's a ring light, if it's a square or a circle light or an oval, that shape will generally be reflected in their eyes. What are wild takes or wild tracks in sound?
On location ADR or Foley. One of the two.
Foley. Yeah, it's like so it's wild tracks or takes. Actually, it could be ADR either. It's sound recordings without picture. So you're not recording with the camera, you're just recording sound alone. Whether you're recording a actor's voice line or whatever, or you're recording their footsteps. Just like Brian said, it's either ADR or it's a Foley. What are wild tracks used for?
Well, if you're talking about like Foley, it kind of saves up a lot of time from having for post. And let's just say you just happen to be in a location that has like a very unique sound. It's pretty much for that too.
Yeah, exactly. Another way it could be used is a backup in case something didn't work, getting a clean take of dialogue. Like if you have a group that's talking over each other in the scene, you want to get some wild takes of each one doing their lines so that you have clear audio as well that you can mix and match in and post. And then like Ryan said, it could either be used as a reference point for certain sounds like footsteps and whatever that you can capture with Foley, or it can be to actually record a specific sound that's very unique and it's hard to get. Like if you have a unique piece of machinery or whatever. What is Foley and post-production sound?
Foley is pretty much whatever natural sounds you couldn't get on set or during the shoot, during production. You get it in post-production. So pretty much you are recreating sounds, and you're also filling in for sound, enhancing sounds that aren't there. So
Correct. Yep, you're recording any sounds for the film, any single thing that happens in a film. The most common ones are steps, cloth, and props. And it's recorded during post-production as they're watching over the film to match it so that the mixer can choose what sounds are going to be louder or quieter than others. Because on set, you're mainly focused on capturing the actor's dialogue more than anything else. What is negative fill?
negative fill is the opposite of fill. Fill light is you're bringing in a little bit of light to fill in one side of the shadow. Negative fill is taking away light from one side of the face or side of a particular object.
Correct. So instead of adding a bounce, you're kind of adding some dark element or something to block the light from going on that person. I'm gonna ask, let me see, 4 more questions, and then we're gonna call it. And I will maybe ask the rest on Thursday since it's getting so late. What is the difference in a film score and a film soundtrack?
A film score mainly pertains to, sound that is incorporated within the film that is used to evoke emotions, tone shifts, and stuff within a scene. And it's usually done by an orchestra. A soundtrack can be created either, a score is done after the movie's done too, but a soundtrack could actually be done before the movie's done. And there's different ways of going about it. Sometimes an artist can get hired to do music for a soundtrack and create it whatever specific time he or she decides to create the soundtrack or whatever. Or they can say, oh, we want a specific song for a soundtrack, but it's usually a soundtrack is music that's just, not necessarily about the movie it could be songs, it could be music that are supposed to be like a song that or music that represents the movie in a way, as opposed to the score, which is music, could be a song, but it's mainly music that is used to enhance the movie.
Correct. The score is the music done by a composer for the film, generally speaking, and a soundtrack can be like Brian said, it can be you can hire somebody to make songs for it, like hire artists, and they can literally be like singing and making songs like that. It's not just the music that goes with the movie, like a score would be. Or it could be pre-selected, already made songs that you're going to use in your movie and create a soundtrack like that.
Yeah. Fun fact though, soundtracks a lot of times like you don't really even notice them in the movie, but they are there. Sometimes they're like, I know Ghostbusters had a lot, and I was like, I don't, and, I've watched it so many times. I'll listen to the soundtrack and be like, where was that in the movie? And then I'll watch the movie for the 100th time. Like, oh, there it is. Like it'll be the radio, but it'll be faint, or at a club it'll be faint or something, but you don't really pay any attention to it. It doesn't have to be in the movie, but a lot of times it is though. So.
Right. Priscilla already asked this one. I asked that one. What are the different kinds of lights? The different, well, LED is one, so I'll give you that, and then those kinds of that kind.
LED, tungsten, and then HMI.
Yep, HMI, and then there's lesser used like fluorescent or LECO lights.
No flows, yeah.
Yep. What decibel level do you never want to get to or go over when you're recording sound?
30.
0. 0 is where it's like, it's gonna cut out, it's gonna distort.
And it's weird because everything is different. So like what you just said for like your recorder, that's right. You don't want to go over 0. But like I have like my theater system is like the direct opposite. The numbers are different. It's weird. It's like when you go into the negative, the louder it gets. It's weird. It's like the measurements are completely different. I don't know, but sound is sound. I'm glad.
Yeah, sounds very, very different depending on what you're using it for. But yeah, for recording sound, you don't want to go over 0. For editing, you don't want to have the sounds go over 0 because it's going to start distorting and it's going to be too loud for the audience. And then, of course, certain productions, certain companies require it to be in a certain range. Don't go below this and don't go above this. So you might need to keep it like at 10 or less because they don't want it to be too loud. I don't know if you guys have ever had it, but when I'm watching like a movie, especially on the free streaming apps like Tubi or something, the movie will be a lot quieter and then the commercials be loud as hell.
Yeah, it's not just Tubi. It's like that with just television broadcasting in general, and I think they do it on purpose because they
capture your attention.
Yeah, they really want to capture your attention. If you're sleeping, wake up.
That makes sense.
But it's good. It's definitely good to know those numbers, especially because like the sound, like when you render things, like I'm learning now, like I told you guys way long ago, like I'm learning like the differences between rendering a film and then uploading it to YouTube is completely different from rendering it and then sending it off to a theater to do their DCP, because theater speakers pick up everything, and things you don't hear on your phone, you're going to hear it in the theater. And these are the things I'm learning now. I had one of my trailers played in the theater and it was like super loud. It's oh my God. But you hear it on your phone, you can just turn the volume down and that's what you're accustomed to. But in the theater, but even though like you're paying the person running the theater, you're paying him to be able to adjust all those levels. But not every, some of them are just lazy. Like the one I did screen, the guy that was running, he wasn't even there. And I was like, yo, who's running this? Who's running the theater? Oh, he's not even here. I'm like, well, how do I turn the volume down on this thing? It's oh, well, I can figure it out. Like, nah, like, but that's one of the other things. Like, if you're screening in the theater, that's a service. You're paying for that. So,
Right.
like, the guy that was actually screening his movie for my trailer, it was just like I was asking him. I was like, dude, what are you paying for? It's like, yeah, you paid for the DCP, which shouldn't, because the last theater I paid for it, they did it for like $20, but you paid like over like $200 for a DCP or DCP conversion, quote unquote. And now here we are in the theater, and he's not even here to make adjustments to the vault. You know what I'm saying? So these are the things you learn. So when you go and you start screening movies, like, it's a service. Like, you're paying to have your movie screened, so you should be able to get all that squared away before the actual screening night. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But yeah, I've also seen it in like in movies where we'll be watching a movie late at night, and then we're trying to keep it quiet enough to where it doesn't wake up our roommates and stuff. And so then, whenever they're talking and whatever, they're just like having a regular moment. They're like, it's way quiet, so we have to turn up the volume. But then all of a sudden, an action scene starts happening, and it's getting louder, and there's music, it's blasting off, and everything is so loud, and you have to turn it way down. But then when it gets to the next scene where it's a little bit more quiet again, you have to turn it back up.
Oh, what that was what was that movie that came out? Transit, or is it Tenet? Tenet. That
Okay.
movie was terrible. Oh my gosh. So quiet, turn the volume up, and then as soon as the action gets in, it was and I was like,
Yeah, and it was just like so different.
I would have to pay it. That movie made you pay attention because you were like paying attention to make sure you got your hand on the remote to know when to turn it down.
Exactly.
Don't shoot him no more. It's too loud.
Right. So yeah. So some certain things that you deliver a movie to, they'll have certain decibel levels or a range that they want it in, because they don't want it to be too contrasted like that. And others will want it to be very contrasted. So it just depends. Like a movie theater doesn't really care as long as it's within the range that's going to sound good. Because like you said, it picks up everything. So even the quiet stuff, a theater will be able to pick up. Whereas if you're watching it on a phone or sometimes a computer, if you have crappy speakers, you won't pick the little noises up and you won't hear somebody say something. Sometimes when I'm watching subtitles on a movie on my TV or just on my computer or my phone, there'll be like some subtitle that comes up that I don't even hear anything associated with that subtitle, but it was like a character off screen. So I'm like, oh, it must be really quiet. And that's the case where it was like made for the theater speakers, because somebody will hear it in the theater and you won't hear it on your phone. So, but all right, guys, it's almost 2 a.m. So I'm gonna call it here. I will possibly finish asking the questions. We're on semester 4 out of the questions, so we did pretty good. We got 4 of the semesters out of the way. We did finish this last one, and then we did the first 3.
Is that what you guys did the last meeting? I wasn't here for that.
Which one?
Last was today.
Oh,
today.
you're talking about last meeting on Thursday?
Yeah, last Thursday.
What did we do last Thursday? Oh no, it was sort of a quiz. It was the fill in the blanks.
Okay, so that's what you got.
Yeah, it was specifically for this semester. So, guys, on Thursday it's going to be our last meeting. That'll be the end of LCloud MediaStudies. We'll discuss. We'll either finish the quiz. We'll see. We're gonna discuss what our future plans are, and you guys can all go around and what your future plans are, and say our farewells. I appreciate everybody being in here and staying this long, especially tonight.
Is your movie done? Are you gonna screen that?
So it's getting done. We're currently working on Foley. It's just really hard to find because we're doing the Foley ourselves, and it's coming out good. It's just the fact that we have 2 roommates. One works nights, one works mornings, and so we have to try to wait till the one that works mornings is asleep, and the other one that works nights is actually gone at work. I'm off 3 days a week now, so it's like hard to. And then with these meetings, we can't really do them on those days. So it's really just 1 day or 2 days that we can do it. And then if one of those two are off, they're going to be up all night.
So
Or
you can't edit while you're. Are you talking about what is it you can't do while your roommates are there?
we're doing the Foley work right now. Mel is
Oh.
doing the editing. We're already done with the edit. We are working on like masking and other things like that to get everything finalized, some of the visual effects type stuff. We've done the color correction. We still have to do the color grade when we're done with all the other visual effects stuff. And then the Foley. I know it's taken a long time. I wish it was done, but like it's just because we're doing this and it's only two of us doing it. And me and Priscilla are doing the sound, the Foley anyway. And with all the hassles that's coming with that, it's just taking longer than we anticipated it.
Yeah, I mean, me of all people, I definitely understand. I don't know. You can't go to like your parents' house or something on your day off to just dedicate a day to it. And
No, they live like 3 hours away and they don't have a house with. I feel like it'd be more noisy there because there's like 3 kids in there.
maybe get a hotel room for the night. It'd be kind of weird. Like, what are they doing in there?
That is true. Yeah, we could try that. Well, we're almost done. We only have like one more set of sounds to grab, and it's from some stuff in the kitchen. I feel like we'll be able to get it done within this probably next week or the week after Christmas is over. And then I'm going to be sending the sound to somebody, post-production sound, to mix. We already have the music picked out for what we want. So they'll just use that and then they'll put it in and they'll do any sound effects we weren't able to do or that sound like rap, we'll have them do. And then cleaning up the dialogue and then mixing it all.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not trying to give a tone or anything. I'm just curious, that's all.
No, I understand. It's just like for me, I'm like, I wish we were done already. I think you know how that feels.
Yeah, definitely.
Getting just like another thing that comes up that like either the actors or someone who worked on it doesn't really understand. They're like, where is it? It's like, well, there's a lot of problems going on behind the scenes. But
yeah, I understand on their note too, because they're like, yeah, we worked on it, and they're desperate for stuff to put on their reel and stuff like that. I get it, but
yeah. Yeah, I've been trying to update them as much as possible. It's just yeah, I mean, it is what it is,
Yeah,
that's what it is when you have like volunteers and it's only like a few people on post. But even with a micro short like we have, so.
It's the same thing with me. I mean, when I'm going through Kill Mary, it's just gosh, like now I'm trying to
like shooting it is just a pain because so many problems keep arising. Yeah. One of which being you getting sent out of the country. So. Right.
But yeah, just as long as you're not like putting it on the back burner, because then before you know it, it's gonna be a year. You shot it this year, right?
No, we actually shot it last November, so it has been more than a year.
Oh, jeez. See, it's already been a year.
Yeah, like I said, I think the main issue for me not getting the work I was gonna do done is that I've been working on this, and then I also have my job, so I only have like 1 or 2 days where I could really do anything, and then it's like the issue of it has to be up to the weather being okay, so that because one day when they were both gone, it was raining, so it was making a ton of noise, and but yeah, I've been working on the stuff that I can work on and trying to get it done as much as I can.
So it should be for me. It's a learning experience. So the story behind Kill Mary. Kill Mary was like me getting the rust off, getting back into it. So what I take from that, because every time I talk to everybody about Kill Mary, the actors and stuff, I always tell them like, yeah, I'm not trying to have this project take over your life. I want to ease into it and stuff like that. But now I kind of understand why you have the productions that are like trying to shoot a movie in however long, get it done. It's not really because they're being greedy about it. It's just because if you don't finish it in that time frame of like a week or two, then things start to fall apart as far as, so, I told you the story with
Yeah.
the zombie day. I told you that nightmare was, it was just too big of a project, and it was just too much to try to get
Cram.
done. And I was doing the same, I was moving at the same pace as I was moving Kill Mary. It's like, oh, we can do a couple days, and make couple weekends a month here and there and stuff like that. And it just started falling apart because people's schedules were, oh, I can't, and people were quitting on me and all this other stuff. So
Mhm.
I was like, dude, I'm never gonna get this. We're going on forever. And people, oh, you shouldn't have quit, you should have keep going and stuff. But I was like, the actors have gotten so much older now, because they were already up to the game.
Yeah, the continuity from one moment to the
Put
next.
some weight on.
He gained 15 years.
But
Her weight fluctuated and stuff, which it wasn't bad, but it was like noticeable. So it's just like, one
Yeah.
of those things. I think I stepped my foot in a little. And then on top of that, it was one of those, I'm a student, you work for me, I work for you type of things. So of course I was getting a lot of the hate and, oh, you should have paid people, I was getting a lot of that too.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
so
Yeah,
that's
that's what we were getting too when we were trying to get volunteers and stuff.
yeah. So I wanted to do Kill Mary to kind of get a warm up back into it. And then what I'm thinking about doing now is, like, for my next project, I think I'm just gonna dedicate the time to it, like a good 2 weeks, like get everything done. Dedicate a week to filming, and then dedicate the other week to like post. At least I know post won't be done in a week, but I do know, like, if I just dedicate it to it, and I'll be able to still be able to work, the full time, just burn up all my vacation. I mean, that's what I do anyway. Like, I see a lot of people post, oh, we're in Hawaii, and I was like, that money you spent in Hawaii, you could have spent on your movie.
Right, yeah.
I see people, I was like, yeah,
That money and that time.
yeah, that's easily 10 grand going to Hawaii. Like, you could have used that to spend your movie. But
Yeah.
it's the way I see it. Now I understand why people are, or the industry, well, the actual industry, they're the ones, they're greedy. They're trying to get it done so they can get it out and streamed out and packaged and all that stuff. But for people like us that actually have the job, it's more beneficial to try to get it all done in one shot, because stretching it out, and then trying to do this and do the, whatever it is, other stuff in your responsibilities, is just not. It's just one of those career fields where you have to be dedicated to it. You have to
Right.
be. It's hard to be dedicated. You have other responsibilities. So.
No, yeah, definitely. So yeah, that was our main issue, is that we had 2 editors, and one of them didn't work out because they went out of country on vacation for a month, and then that was fine, but like then when they came back, they weren't able to do it because there was like some situations that were coming up, and so it was just like kind of waiting on them for the first few months until we just were like, we can't keep waiting. And so we just went ahead with the other person. Just said, sorry, it's going to be double the work. Is that okay? And made sure they were fine with it because they were a volunteer. They thought they were going to have a partner. And so we just moved forward with that. And then, like, they're a volunteer, so they also have a life and a job and other things. And then we have this, and I have my job. So working and finding the time when you're both volunteers, you have different schedules, probably the main hardest thing to get it, and why it's taking so long, I think.
Yeah.
And it's also that like bigger features and stuff will have 15 people, 20 people, however many people working on any part of production. Post-production, you'll have maybe 2 or 3 editors, depending on how big the budget is and how big this thing
That's
is.
the nature. That's kind of what I was getting into at the beginning when we were first talking about it, like why they've made pretty much everybody that's below the line is expendable because of that. They wanted to run it that way, like, hey, we're not going to wait. And that's kind of where I was getting at with, you know, what I was saying earlier. Is just like, I get it, things happen, but it's different when it's your project. Like, you can, like, like, it's your project, it's the movie you did, it's yours, so like you have the, you know, you could take the time, you know, and you know, you could be easy about it and stuff like that. But when it's not your money, it's a little bit different, you know, because now people are,
Yeah.
wait,
Because they're expecting it quicker and want to see it and everything. So yeah.
yes, it's not necessarily that they're expecting it quicker. It just kind of looks bad on you when you took on this job, you took their money, and it's been like a year. You know what I'm saying? And that was my whole biggest thing. I was like, you know, I get it, life happens, but I can't slow down production. If I could, you know, if you're not on camera, then in my opinion, you're expendable, even if you're the director. And I'm, you know, that's coming from, I'm just the producer and all, but like, you know, I could fill in for you, or I could, and I hate it. It shouldn't be that way. No, it shouldn't be you know, it's not me like trying to take another credit for the movie. It's just you can't stop. Like, you know, we
Yeah.
planned this out for so long, everybody else's schedules, and then, you know, you got actors. These actors have so much potential. Just like with Kill Mary, when I came back from Saudi Arabia, now I have 3 actors that are on, you know, this hit TV show. And now they got to compete with them. So it just got to get it done. You know, got to get it done. So
And we got to keep pushing forward and everything. I feel like with our project and with like the projects that you work on your own, with our actors, as long as I'm showing them that we're still working on it and we're like, I can give them something, they're okay. Because there's a lot of independent projects, like you said, that they put it on the back burner and then they're like working on another project and they're like, hey, wait a minute, what happened to this one? Why aren't you finished with this one? Oh yeah, we'll do that one. We're just working on this one. And then they just kind of don't ever come out with the one that they just filmed.
yeah, I do know that actors, they love screenshots. They love trailers. That kind of like shuts them up like quick. Like if you give them a good trailer, like you won't even hear from them. Like they're happy with that.
Right.
Yeah, you can get away with a lot. Not saying that that's what you should do. Let's not finish this.
Well, ours is only like, 5 minutes tops. So I feel like a trailer would give away the entire the entire thing.
Yeah, or you
But
can do
yeah,
that.
I agree. Like as long as you can give away like stuff and just show like, look, this is what we're working on. I try to explain what we're working on so they understand why it's taking long too. Because as an actor, if you never do anything on behind the scenes, you don't know why it's taking so long. And I'm like, here's what we have to do, and why it's taking so long is because of this, and when we're doing that, we have to do this and check for this, all the little things that the other people wouldn't really know about.
Yeah.
But yeah, we're definitely coming. We're like, I'm hoping. I always keep not trying to set dates, but I'm hoping we can be finished with the Foley work before the end of this year. So like the week after Christmas, where we're not having these meetings anymore. So I feel like those are going to be the days that I can really get the rest, because there's only 3 different things we need to do the sound for. And then using that, and then like I said, sending it to somebody after New Year's so they can get that done. We'll be paying them, so I'm pretty sure they'll pop it back to us in like a few days. And then just working with our editor until we find like the finished product. But all right, guys. Like I said, I appreciate you guys staying this long. It's super late. Thursday's our last meeting, so we'll talk more about everything.
I didn't know we were going through every single one of them.
But have a good night. See you all Thursday.
All right. See you then. All right. Good night.